Good morning, everyone. We're going to call a meeting to order. And we are going to start with our land acknowledgement statement. We acknowledge that the ground on which we live is the traditional territory of Caldwell First Nation, of the Three Fires Confederacy, and the original people of Point Pelee and Pelee Island, and its surrounding lands and waters, and that of the Huron-Wendat and Wyandot peoples. We recognize and respect the First Nations who are stewards of the land and waters of Turtle Island, and who have embraced the stewardship since time immemorial. We would also like to acknowledge the contributions of other nearby First Nation communities and all original people across Turtle Island. Now, if we can get a moment of silent reflection and then stand for the playing of the national anthem. Okay. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? There being none, we're just going to report that earlier today, a council met in closed session before the budget deliberations began. Administration provided information regarding the security of municipal property and personal matters about identifiable individuals. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Militia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to those here. A lot of the department staff is here as well as those watching online. Actually, I've heard from a few folks that have watched our orientation sessions that they are actually actively watching online. So it's not just my wife Penny, by the way. Welcome to everyone. I do have some introductory comments before we turn it over to Mr. Langlois and Mr. Ferraro in terms of the budget. I will just have a brief presentation where I'll share my screen. There we go. Perfect. So again, welcome to the budget deliberation sessions for the 2023 budget. Just a bit of background in terms of the sessions and what to expect for today and whatever days we need towards either tomorrow or Friday. We have followed a different process this year, partly because we've done, there wasn't a municipal election in October, as well as we have conducted a more in-depth orientation sessions than we ever have. And so much of the information that traditionally would have been talked about at the budget has been talked about already, and so you'll see a bit different feel to the budget this year because we've discussed a lot of that at orientation sessions. As part of the orientation sessions, we have talked about the strategic plan and affirmation of that plan, talked about our community and organizational challenges, we reviewed departments and the successes and challenges within those departments, and had a project update on the various master plans and projects that we have here at town. We did release the budget in mid-January and did have an open house last week, which unfortunately was rescheduled because of the storm, but we did have an open house last week, which brings us today to the budget deliberation sessions. Just in terms of these sessions and the expectations. Certainly, at the end of our presentations or throughout, we are open to hearing direction from council. Again, specific areas of change, whether increases or decreases within the budget, and then particularly general direction on the overall tax rate is what we traditionally get. Depending on that direction and the extent of those changes, we may be in a position to approve the budget in principle and come back with a subsequent report to council indicating how we are looking to attain those targets set by council. If the targets are quite large, we may need some future deliberation sessions going forward. But we suspect that, again, with the budget that we have, that we should be able to get through most of it today, if not all of it today, and some of it tomorrow. I know that we have 3 days scheduled for it. However, I would suspect that given the work that we've done as part of orientation, we should be well through some of it or most of it today, and then perhaps tomorrow morning have a bit of cleanup and finalization. I understand that 2 members of council do have another meeting later today starting at 6, so regardless of where we're at, we will try to wrap up around 4:30-ish or so to allow those members of council to get to those secondary meetings at the county. So with that, I just want to indicate that, as the saying goes, it takes a village. And again, the budget work that we have, that we've compiled here, there's a lot of thanks that need to go out to the staff. This was a particularly interesting year. We had, again, an aggressive orientations schedule and information sharing. A lot of that was prepared by department heads and department management. I think that from that perspective, it was really well received. I think that there was a very good information sharing that happened throughout that process. I would also commend, again, certainly led by the finance department, but all departments were involved in terms of, as many, the council may not be aware, but we did roll out new budget software this year. You may see that in the budget document in terms of the value and the preparation of it. But certainly there was a lot of involvement by the staff with respect to rolling out that new budget software, which certainly will make the budget a little easier to prepare, but also provides us some enhanced benefits with respect to financial reporting throughout the year on budget to actual. So we look forward to using that more intently. Again, special thanks to Mr. Langlois, before I forget, Mr. Langlois and Mr. Ferraro for leading the budget process and delivering the budget on time. I will also say that they did have some help from Ms. Hadre on the graphics and her team graphics and the design of the budget. I will say that it is probably one of the best budgets we've seen, and being the author of some of those old ones, I thought they were pretty good back then, but this was much better, quite frankly. So I think that, I think from that perspective, it's something that the municipality should be proud of. I think certainly the finance team as well as department heads should be proud of, and certainly council should be proud of. Which leads us, we weren't getting away with this, for sure. So we have received for 2022 the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. Somehow, Mr. Langlois and Mr. Ferraro convinced the folks at the Government Finance Officers Association to take their names off of it specifically and put the town of LaSalle. I'm not sure how that happened, but certainly a lot of good work that they've done. And I will say that they have taken their share of, I'll say just comments and quotes over the past years with respect to the award-winning budget that we have. But I think, in all seriousness, that the budget has improved vastly over the last couple of years. And I know that, in some of my conversations with Mr. Langlois, we were on the front edge of the budget process in terms of information sharing and what we were providing. And we went from a 50-page document to a 200-page document and all that information that's in there. And then we started to see some of our sister municipalities across certainly the region and across the province catch up. And so, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, I went to Mr. Langlois and said, listen, we need to step this up. We need to get it back to where it was. I don't want to be in the middle. I want to be at the front. And so certainly with Mr. Ferraro's help, they were able to really transform the budget into the document you see today. And there's a whole host of graphics that make it much easier to understand for the average user. And so congratulations on going through that. Like I said, I think it's the best budget we've had, both from a content perspective and certainly the professionalism in terms of the display of the budget. So congratulations to all with that. So I perhaps in defense of Dale Natano, I'm not sure they want to hear award-winning budget anymore, but they may hear it from time to time. So just some really high-level things that just to talk about, because I know when council starts to think about the budget and they think about changes they'd like to make to the budget, just realize that a 1% change, whether adding or subtracting from the budget, is about $408,000. That's the value that we need to work with respect to changes made to the budget. Certainly. Again, our budget, and you've heard me speak about this on a number of occasions in the past, we're a $70 million corporation, as evidenced by our budget. We are in the top 50 of municipalities in Ontario. And so, there have been some comments, certainly from the public and even from our own staff, saying that we've changed. And I will say, when I started here back in '99, the budget was under 20 million. And the population was somewhere around 18 or 19,000 people. We're now at a $70 million budget with a population of just close to 35,000 people. We're also looking, as we prepare the budget, to look at where we're going, and that we expect to be at 50 or 55,000 people in about 15 or 20 years, which isn't that long. And everyone always says, boy, my career went over and has gone by like a snap. But some of our more younger department heads and management staff, they will be here when we get to 50,000 people. I may not be here. I may be alive, but I may not be here. But we will get to 50,000 people, and that number is not going to be 70 million. That number is going to be 150 million at that time. And so we really look at, from a budgeting perspective, where we are today and where we're going. Certainly, from where we get the funding, the large majority of it comes from from property taxation at 62% of the budget, which is about $43 million comes in to the municipality from that perspective. Certainly, water and wastewater charges are about $12 million, and then corporate revenues and departmental revenues make up the rest. And again, Mr. Ferraro, Mr. Langlois will be going through this more in detail as they go through the presentation. Where does it go? What do we spend it on? And so the large 40% of that goes towards labor. About just under 30% of that goes towards operation. That includes heating, cooling, fuel, repairs, maintenance, cutting the grass, all those things. We have debt payments of about $3.5 million, and then we have transfers to capital, which is the crux of our asset management program that we have, which is about 27%. I just want to take a moment because I know there is some conversation in the community with respect to debt payments and how much debt we have and how highly debt leveraged we are. And so right now, again, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has a formula which determines how much debt a municipality can issue. And so we are at about 25% of the maximum. We have 75% capability of issuing debt. That doesn't necessarily, it means we have to pay back the debt, so we have to also obviously budget for the repayment. But we do have, again, from the municipal metrics, and I think there was a report on the latest municipal agenda with respect to our financial indicators from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, that we are low or good in every category. And so there's a lot been said about our debt levels. Some of that relates to our grant levels, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But certainly, again, we have basically 4 or 5 debt issuances that we have. Certainly the Vollmer Center, which was issued in 2008, as well as the expansion at Lou Romano. That has a 20-year for the Vollmer Center, which is coming due in 2028, as well as the sewage has a 40-year, which is coming due in 2048. The civic facilities it was issued in 2013 with a 25-year life, and then we have two different waterfront debts that we issued in 2020 and 21, or 19 and 20, which both have a 20-year debt cycle. So, there's a lot been made to it, but really we don't spend a lot of money on debt. And there is, at our size with the levels of grants that we get, we have no other choice but to issue debt to do some of these large projects. And that's where we've really focused, is putting the debt towards large projects. Another way of looking at it is where does the tax dollars go? Where do the revenues go? And this slide, again, where does $70 million get spent? So you see two little charts there. One, the smaller one on the bottom right, is the water and wastewater charges, which is about $12.5 million, give or take. Those are funded through user rates, so wastewater rates and water rates. The big pie chart that you see there is more of the tax rate. Where does the $43 or $44 million of tax dollars do we raise? Where does that go? And so when you start to look at those are kind of where we spend our money. This does not include the revenues that come in. So for example, in the culture and rec area, we spend about $3 million. There is an offset to that in terms of the revenues that we have coming in with respect to user rates and things of that nature that lowers that amount. That's not included in here. This is just where we spend the money as it goes on a gross expenditure perspective. So, when I put this together, and I apologize that council doesn't have this this presentation. It was completed late yesterday. And again, thank you to Mr. Ferraro for quickly getting some of the information to me yesterday evening. But it is eye-opening to see where the dollars go. And certainly, again, just in terms of the categories that you see there in front of you, certainly the administrative side covers the CAO's office, finance, IT, HR, council services, planning, development, building, strategy, engagement. We'll see if I can say that any faster. But certainly from that perspective, that is a chunk that is about 16%. So at 16 cents out of every dollar goes towards those services. Protection of people and property, that's fire, police, that's the emergency management that we do, as well as IRCA falls into that category. There's some other miscellaneous sides, and that's about 26%. Interesting enough, what I found interesting was fleet facilities and parks is 11%, and roads and drainage is 9%. Now, I think the roads guys are having a heart attack back there as they see that. But that is the reality of what we spend in terms of, and it's understandable given what energy costs are, both fuel, natural gas, water, hydro, certainly in the fleet side. But certainly interesting that we've seen that. And certainly, I spoke about the culture and rec, but the garbage side of it is $2.3 million. We've seen a large increase in that area and expected to see some more increases as we go forward. One question that we get quite often is, where do the new tax dollars go? Because there is this impression out there that, as we build new houses, that falls to the bottom line. And that's free money, quote unquote, for the municipality. And so I can tell you that traditionally, our growth number that we had, so dollars coming in for new houses, that are new houses, new commercial buildings, ranges anywhere from $700,000 a year to about $1 million a year. And that's probably about the last 5 or 6 year average. Our inflationary pressures, so this is just the amount of pressure that we have for inflation. It's just contract changes, product changes, is about $1 million to $1.25 million. So for folks that think that, well, we put 100 new houses on the market and now they're on the tax roll, they should cover everything. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. And that is a misnomer. We've tried to get these messages out to the public. We're not, we're trying our best, and we think we're doing a great job at it. And I think we are doing a great job of it, but we're not hitting some of the points that folks are understanding. And so, when I talk about inflationary pressures, a lot of the dollars that come in go to offset those current inflationary costs. I would also say to you that some of those dollars go towards asset management. That means replacing and repairing the infrastructure that's associated with that new house, if I'll call it that. So the new house comes with half a road and a pipe a few pipes, sidewalk, and all those things that come in front of the house. So we get those from the developer as part of the development agreement. But in 20 years from now, in 25 years from now, we need to replace those things, and part of the asset management plan is to start to plan for that and fund that as they come on, as opposed to having a big surprise 25 years from now. Certainly, there's a cost of service that we continue to deliver to those new houses. Garbage, snow removal, parks, all those things that we normally do by and large. And then I call it this growing pains, and I tried to find a term for it, but that expansion of services. So some of that is we're bigger, so we need to do more. Some of it is we're bigger, so we have to do some new things that we didn't necessarily think about, and planning for that future expansion. So some of those dollars go to that. Again, these are anecdotal. We're going to do some work over the next 12 months to try to get some numbers around this to get a better percentage on it. But that's anecdotally, that's where we're spending the new tax dollars coming in the door. On a regional context, the announced increases are anywhere from 3.5% to 6%. So that's what the tax rate increases are regionally here, and that includes Windsor-Essex, Windsor-Essex, and Chatham-Kent. We are kind of on the high side of the midpoint with our 5.25% increase. What we're seeing, and again, we've heard a lot of commentary online as well as from the public with respect to what we're dealing with, and everyone across the board is dealing with inflationary pressures and contract increases. Everyone across the board is dealing with rising fuel costs, rising energy costs. Everyone is dealing with supply chain issues, the effect of rising interest rates, both on debt issuances as well as new housing starts. And certainly, we've seen an unprecedented, as high as inflation is, which inflation is running for 2022 at 6.3 or 6.3%. The construction price index is running somewhere around 15, if I've got that right, higher than 15. And so those are some of the pressures that everyone is feeling across the board. So in this day and age, to have a tax increase in that range, unfortunately, is more of the norm. So what's different in LaSalle? So we're on the high side of mid, which is not really where we normally are. So why are we there? So just on a general perspective, and again, Mr. Langlois, Mr. Ferraro, and the department heads as they present, will get into a bit more detail, but we have a phased-in increase for garbage collection. Our garbage collection went up. I think this year's phased-in increase is just over $200,000, and we can expect that to be the same for the next 2 years until we get to where we are. We're funding it through our reserves right now to offset that, but our increase was somewhere around $700,000 or $800,000 is what we saw in terms of the garbage collection increase. We are budgeting for organics. I'm not sure that any other municipality locally here is budgeting for organics. We've put that into our budget because we know that it's a cost that's coming to us. There is some conversation over how that's going to be handled, and there is some movement at the county level to look at that and investigate both organics and regional garbage. Those are at the very preliminary stages at this point, but we are starting to budget for that because we're trying to build the whole, because the organics bill, when it gets here, is probably somewhere near $1 million. So we're starting to fund that. We fund asset management, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but we do have an asset management program. I'd like to say we were doing asset management before it actually was a thing, and we were putting money aside on that basis. We've gotten better at identifying, and some of the software that we've purchased help us understand what those costs are, but that's where we're going. We've made large investments on the waterfront. We have a composite moving towards full-time fire force. We have local policing. Those are all things that most regional area municipalities don't have. We have limited grant opportunities, and a lot of, I just want to take a minute to talk about this, and a lot of this is outside of our control. The grant opportunities that are developed by the provincial government are based on generally 3 metrics: what our assessment levels are, what our urban and rural mix is, and what our median income is, none of which we have control over. And so that's what the grant programs provincially are based on those numbers. Now, these are block grants. These aren't specific project grants. You know, again, Mr. Ferraro and his team have done a really good job of putting the applications in with the help of folks in this room to get more in front of provincial and federal governments to get more grants. And we have been more successful in getting specific grants, like project-specific grants from the government. So we have been more successful on that end. Where we haven't been able to move the needle is convincing the provincial government in particular that our how they allocate grants is inappropriate from our perspective. So regionally here, we get about $1.5 million of grants, and there's two acronyms that you'll hear quite often, OSIF and OMPF. OSIF is the Ontario, I think I'm supposed to stop talking now. Well, here we go. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund is the OMPF or OMFA, and the OSIF is the Ontario Community Investment Fund. Or am I close to that?
Infrastructure Fund.
Infrastructure Fund. And so when you combine those two, we get nothing from OMPF. We get $1.5 million in OSIF, and the average in Essex County is about $3.8 million. Ranges from 2.5 to over 4. Over 7 million. So we're not in a good spot when it comes to that. We also have limited county roads. So less than 5% of the county road network is in LaSalle. But we pay about 17% of the county levy. And I know the current mayor and the previous mayor and the previous mayor have been working at the county to try to get that rectified and try to get some balance there. But obviously we've been at it for about 10 or 12 years now, and we haven't seen much change at that point. But that is, again, why we're different in LaSalle. We have to take care of all of our roads, where in some other municipalities, the county takes care of those roads. And so that also means that we have to fund the replacement of those roads, whereas in those other municipalities, the county funds the replacement of those roads, which means that to the tune of about 17%, LaSalle taxpayers fund the replacement of those roads. So it is an ongoing issue. It's been a longstanding one, and we continue to battle through that. Where do we stand? And so these are the 2022 numbers. I'm going to suggest that they are not going to be substantially different given what we've seen on current budgets as well as past budgets across the region. We are middle of the pack. So when you take into account the property taxes, water and sewage number, and this comes right out of the budget, we are at about $4,400 on an average home of $200,000. Some may think, well, 200,000 is not the right number, and I think further in the presentations we're going to talk a little bit about that. But from that perspective, you know, an average house using the average amount of water and wastewater, we're at about $4,400. And when you take a look at our regional comparators, we are middle of the pack. When you take into account affordability, and going back to that previous slide where we are, the metrics that the provincial government uses, is one of those is disposable income, median household income. So we are on the lower end of the scale when it comes to our folks, the ability to pay, if you will, the affordability index, and that's the property taxes over household income. And so we're on the lower end of the scale of that perspective. We, again, if we could take this slide and staple it to every door front in LaSalle, it would be helpful. Because we are trying to get this message out, but I mean, even casually when I speak to residents, they believe that we are the highest tax municipality in Essex County. They believe that their house is assessed more in LaSalle if that house was to be assessed someplace else, neither of which is true. But that's what they believe. And so trying to get that message out to say, no, this is what it is. We've tried and tried and tried. And those that are interested, and again, for the folks that were able to come out to the open house last week, when they're seeing these slides, they're scratching their heads going, well, that's not what I understood. And so when they see it, they're either thinking we're lying, which the metrics are there, the numbers are there, they don't lie. Or they're misunderstanding how the regional perspective is. So this is one area that we're trying and we're hoping to do more of, but we're trying to figure out a way to get this message out more. This is on the average, remember. There are folks that are on the higher end of that, which affordability is a zero issue for them. And then we have another contingent where affordability is an issue for them because they don't fit into the average disposable income number. But across the board, this is where we are. So I promised Mr. Langlois I'd have 5 slides, so I'm on 13 right now. So if we're over, it's all my fault, just for the record. So what makes us different? And, I go back to this slide here and saying, well, we're in the average or a little below average. So what makes us different? We have a strategic long-term focus. And, you see our strategic plan. It's a 30-year strategic plan. We're projecting out that way. And we have that focus in terms of where we're driving. So collectively, we've gone and looked through that. We intend to revisit that in this term of council, but we are going through that. We plan. And, there are, it's scary. And again, part of the last orientation session that we had outlined what those, a lot of those projects and plans are in place. We plan. And that's one of the keys to our success. We look to the future and we plan for the future. The term was once used, we punch above our weight class for those boxing fans. So relatively speaking, for a municipality of 35,000 people, we provide a much higher level of service. We have a composite fire service, and we're moving to more of a full-time fire service, still with a volunteer component. We have local policing. We do an extremely good job at snow removal. We have an extensive park system. We have the Volmer. We've now built and opened and beginning to operate the event center and continue to make progress on the waterfront. These are areas, if you start to take a look at municipalities our size, you'd be hard-pressed to find municipalities in Ontario that check off all those things. That's why people want to live here. And that's just part of what we do, but that's why people want to live here. When you look at our asset management, and we've talked about on how we fund asset management and how we've been doing this for a long time, we use a consultant to help us with some of the asset management software, and they recently have come in and said, we are 81% funded on our core assets. So this is what we used to call engineered assets, roads, water mains, all the core stuff that we do. And so we're 81% funded, and what they're telling us, unsolicited mind you, they're saying we're in better shapes than pretty much any of their clients. That doesn't mean we should reduce that. By the way, the goal is to be close to 100, but we are at 81% funded of our core assets. We're not quite there with our non-core assets, which would be some of our non-engineered services, but we're moving in that direction. What makes us different is organizational excellence. That is one of the tenets or the pillars of our strategic plan. What we're starting to hear is that more organizations like ours, municipalities, are starting to identify that as a strategic plan pillar, as opposed to what they would have seen previously. And I think in part is where we wanted, where we have led in that side. And that goes back to that dynamic leadership. There won't be a presentation I give you that doesn't have dynamic leadership in it. So I think it's so important. And it's not me, as much as I'd love to say it's me. It's not me. It is everybody in the room, council, staff, senior management team, even residents, in terms of understanding what leadership is. Leadership is making some difficult decisions. Leadership is funding assets that you know are not going to be replaced for 20 years. Leadership is looking at the levels of service that we provide and saying, hey, we need to be in this business because that's what people want. And so that is dynamic leadership. It moves, and it is fluid, but it is one of the things that makes us different. So my last slide is a motion to approve. You can't blame me for trying. So that is tongue-in-cheek. We do have the full budget presentation for you, and you see a bunch of this on the screen. It is tongue-in-cheek, but it is, again, we have the budget presentation will follow. Mr. Langlois and certainly Mr. Farrell has some further information based on further than what I provided at the very, very high level. But I will turn it over to them at that point.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, and everyone viewing audience and everyone in the room for joining. Just go to the next slide. Okay, so just before we get into the agenda, I just have 2 slides, just kind of to set the tone for today's session. So this slide here provides pictures of all of our core essential services that all municipalities must provide in Canada, in the States, in many countries throughout the world. We have our fire and police, our protective services, our water and wastewater, our storm, sewer, and drainage, and our roads. As I mentioned, every municipality, in order for people basically to live, must provide these services and maintain them. So just moving on to the next slide. So now I have a picture of all the non-essential services that LaSalle provides, not all of them, as many as I could fit on the page. But these are the services that are important to note because these are what makes, above and beyond the great service that we provide on our essential services, these services are what make LaSalle LaSalle. These services are our identity and our community. There's something for everyone. If you look at some of the pictures, we have our pickleball court, we have our great snow removal, our night markets, our dog park, our Vollmer Center pool, arenas, the great playgrounds we have around town, our new event center, the holiday lights, the trail system that we have, and the transit system. As Mr. Militia mentioned, there's not many municipalities our size that provide all these kind of services. But this is what creates our identity, our community, something for everyone of all ages and abilities. It's what makes LaSalle an attractive place to live, raise a family, and retire. And not everyone uses all of these services. And it's interesting, leading up to the budget session, speaking with various residents, our session that we had at the Vollmer Center, although it wasn't super well attended, I had the opportunity to speak with many people. And, I've learned a lot, and I've tried to educate some of our residents. I've heard, we need to cut this. We need to cut transit. I don't use transit. We need to cut the dog park. I don't use the dog park. I don't swim in the pool. We need to cut it. But what they don't realize is they do use the trail system. They do attend the holiday lights. They do go to the event center. And, maybe they play pickleball. So, I personally live in LaSalle. I use about half of these services. But you have to look at a community as a whole. And residents need to realize that. Everything is funded, and everyone has the ability to use all these services, but you have to look at a municipality as a whole and not individual needs throughout. So a lot of this presentation is going to be based on that, and we have to keep that in the back of our minds as we move through this presentation, because everyone has great ideas on how to save money by cutting services, but I think if we cut some of these services to save money, we'd get a heck of a lot more complaints than a less than inflationary increase in our tax rate. So here's our agenda.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Just a brief overview of the agenda for today and the topics that we will discuss. Recently, the 2021 census was completed and information is now available, which we'll share on demographics, population, and things of that nature, comparing LaSalle to Ontario and Canada as a whole. In addition, we'll talk a little bit about assessment and assessment mix and how it affects property taxation and the lack of update in assessment values over the last number of years. An operational budget overview will be discussed, and Joe touched on some of those topics, and we'll go in a little bit more detail as we go through each page. A discussion on growth and its impacts, a brief discussion, a little more detail on debt and our debt payments, and then we have some interesting regional comparators that we will go through. At the end of that, we'll talk about property taxation and water and wastewater summaries and the proposed rates. Next, we'll have a brief overview on capital and the replacement and repair components of the capital budget, as well as the annual allocations. We'll save the enhancement type items for the department presentations, where each department head will briefly discuss their goals from last year with an update and the upcoming goals for this year, and also speak to some changes within their departments. And lastly, we'll have the budget summary and the proposed rates, and we'll have an open discussion and conclusion at that time.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off with some of the census data analysis. The 2021 census, the latest census was performed in 2021, and all the results came out throughout 2022. And it's provided some very valuable information I'm a stats nerd. You know, stats don't lie. They tell a great story and support a lot of what we talk about. So just moving into the first slide here, this represents our population growth in all the municipalities in the region. And one stat that you might notice is, you know, every single municipality has had growth in previous census data. Some experienced a decrease in population. They're all, some more than others have increases. If you look, you know, Lakeshore, Leamington, and LaSalle, they've had the most significant growth, followed by Amherstburg, and then there's some that are a little more flatlined, but all municipalities in the region have experienced growth. Now, with LaSalle having one of the higher amounts of growth, that kind of supports what Mr. Militia talked about and myself with the opening slide, that LaSalle is a desirable place to live. This is where new residents are moving to. You know, it's a high demand place to live. So these stats support that comment. You know, and just touching a little bit more on stats, they don't lie. Stats are very interesting because they identify the municipality as one entity, as a whole. You know, we do have ultra wealthy people that live in LaSalle. We have fixed income people that live in LaSalle. We also have a lot of seniors that live in LaSalle and a lot of very young people and kids that live in LaSalle. But this stats represent the population as a whole, as does our budget. You know, we can't tailor it to individual needs. So that's what makes census data so great. So this year looks at the population change by age in Ontario. As you'll notice, you know, the age group from 0 to 24 years old has had a 6% decrease, as well as the mid-age people, 25 to 54, have also experienced a 6% decrease. But the big piece of the pie, which we all know, is the 55 plus, typically the retirees. You know, not everyone retires at 55, but as you move up, that piece of the pie is getting significantly bigger every 5 years, as you can see the progression. You know, what does this mean? This means that there's been less immigration and less births, and the baby boomers are aging and moving up in that age group. And you know, as they retire, this is one of the big issues that's been talked about lately is labor shortages. This is across Ontario and Canada, and I think probably North America. So if we move to the next slide, looking at LaSalle specifically, it's very interesting. This is the exact same trend, except it's on steroids. You know, we've had, instead of a 6% decrease, we've had an 8% decrease in the 0 to 24-year-old range, a 11% decrease in the mid-range, 25 to 54, and a 19% increase in the senior population. So what does this tell us? What does this mean for LaSalle? This tells me that retirees are moving to LaSalle. This is a desirable municipality for retirees to move to, whether they sell their condo for millions of dollars in Toronto and build a house here and enjoy their retirement. This is what the story is telling us. You know, we can see the labor shortage issues at the Vollmer Center. It is hard to, you know, typically younger individuals are getting part-time employment and jobs there. Same with our Parks Department. We in recent years, it has been a challenge hiring these positions. So these stats support those comments that we have. And you know, it also supports some of the demands and requests from our citizens. You know, as the aging population is aging, pickleball. That is everyone can play it, but is a very popular sport for seniors. Our trails, a lot of seniors, everyone can walk on them, but seniors that really enjoy our trails. Our waterfront, that's a high demand area. And you know, commercial areas wanting more places to go and enjoy. So this kind of supports, that statistic supports these comments and demands that we've been receiving. So the next slide is LaSalle's, compared to Ontario and Canada, our population by family structure. It's very interesting, you know, Ontario and Canada is fairly consistent. Obviously, there's a big difference with regards to LaSalle. We have a really high population compared to the rest of the province and Canada on average of couples with children. So that also tells me two things. LaSalle's a very high demand place to raise a family, And it also tells me, based on the last slide, where the piece of the pie that's getting bigger for the senior population, that tells me that young adults are living at home longer, you know, because couple and children is a high percentage, but also seniors are a high percentage. So that would tell me that people are living with their parents for a longer period of time than in the past. So what does this mean for LaSalle? This also means, you know, there's higher demand for some of the other areas that we supply, our arenas, soccer fields, our family events, Strawberry Festival, the night markets and whatnot. It kind of supports all of these different areas and services that we provide. So the next slide, dwelling structure type. Again, you know, this reiterates the previous slide, as most families with their children live in single detached homes. You know, where it's noticeably different is our apartments are significantly less, but you will notice on the next slide when we present it that that's actually growing. It used to be a lot less. You know, retirees they want to stay in LaSalle and are moving into apartments. So we'll go to the next slide. And the progression of our LaSalle dwelling structure type, you know, we have single detached versus other, which is pretty much the condos being built around town. And that continues to increase. And, you know, that supports the demographics, the aging population. A lot of seniors live in condos. You know, they want to downsize. They want to stay in LaSalle, so they are moving into condos. And even the individuals moving in from other areas are moving into condos. So that supports the demand for all the condos that have been built around the town. You know, that is positive, all the condos being built. I've spoken about this in the past. You know, if there's a condo with 50 units versus 50 houses, that's a lot less road to maintain. That's a lot less road to replace, one spot for garbage to be picked up. So in the long term, it's not immediate, but in the long term, it does save us significant dollars over the course of a 20-year period or whatnot, as that hard infrastructure needs to be replaced. You know, some of the more challenging areas with higher density development and buildings is with the fire department. I know there's a lot more involvement and inspections that have to occur, but overall, I think it's a positive for the municipality. So moving on, the median family income, where we get to the income, you know, as you can see in all areas, all categories, LaSalle is a high income community. You know, with higher income comes higher demands for services. You know, I can use the example when I first joined the workforce, my first car was a K car. And, you know, people in LaSalle, you don't see people earning $200,000 to $300,000 a year driving K cars. They drive, I'm not saying they're all driving Ferraris, but they enjoy more luxury items. And that's the same, you know, speaking on averages, which LaSalle, we are a higher income community, they're demanding and wanting higher levels of service and more services. This statistic supports those comments. You know, the average household is willing to pay more to live in LaSalle, as you can see with the value of houses and some of the size of the houses being built around town. The challenge, as Mr. Militia mentioned, the higher income, that's a large portion of all the grant calculations. The higher median income, the lower formula-based grant funding that we receive. So there's positives and negatives that come along with it. The average value of our dwelling history, you know, this is an interesting slide, as we all know throughout Ontario, that the value's gone up significantly. But it's kind of interesting, the gap really hasn't closed from 2016 when the housing boom started to 2021. The gap is basically the exact same size, but when you look at a percent increase, LaSalle's percentage went up 89% in value, and Ontario's went up 59%. So even though the gap hasn't closed, it's a significant percentage increase for LaSalle. So relatively, LaSalle is inexpensive to purchase a house to most other areas in Ontario as you move north. So heading into this, just some additional support for that. If we look at the average dwelling value this data is all pulled from our census, our average dwelling value is still, like we just mentioned, below the provincial average on the left-hand side. But when you look at the average economic family income on the right side, we're well above the average of Ontario. So what does that mean? That tells me that there is more, that houses are relatively inexpensive compared to the rest of the municipality. The average family income's higher. There's more disposable income in LaSalle. compared to the mortgage payment or debt in other areas of the town. That makes LaSalle an additional attractive place to live. As people retire, they can sell their high-value dwelling, come live in LaSalle, and enjoy the services. Purchase a residence of similar size for less value. Housing demand will continue to increase with these stats, and then also as the new battery plant is built, the new hospital is built, more jobs are coming into the region. So we're going to see that gap may begin to close in the future. Next, now this one's an interesting one. Just comparing the last census data to current, the household income distribution analysis. I put it in 3 different categories: less than $100,000, $100,000 to $200,000, and I added from the last time I performed census is over $200,000. So it's pretty consistent with the county in Ontario and LaSalle. About 9 or 10% decrease in less than $100,000. But where LaSalle is different, that in the county in Ontario, that percentage has mostly been reallocated to the $100,000 to $200,000 range. But for LaSalle, we've seen a huge shift in, I'll call it the ultra wealthy, making more than $200,000 a year. That piece of the pie has significantly increased by 8%. So what does that tell us? That tells us that, I think that would probably tell us, rather than pay increases on existing people that live here, I think that would tell us that people moving into the municipality are wealthier people. So the whole story there is, all the great services that we provide in LaSalle, and as a great community and a great place to live, that's attracting people. That's driving up the value of the homes, which we know that's true, and that the wealthier people can afford, and they're going to move here, and they want to continue to enhance our services because it is a great place to live. So just before turn it over to Mr. Ferraro, just speaking on stats, this year we did something a little differently with the help of Mrs. Hadre and Mrs. Natas on the Play Speak and our budget presentations moving before the budget sessions. We did hear some comments, some negative comments. It's a high inflation year. What do you expect? Prices go up. We're no different than any other place. So we did, promote comments through Play Speak, and then we also had our budget open house. So on Play Speak, there was over 500 unique views presented on Play Speak. There were 26 comments, including some of the responses from the town, and there was 43 connections made, which is users who've signed up to follow the page. So there was a significant amount of people who viewed the information, not many who commented. There was negative comments. There were some suggestions. I tie that to the comments, I don't use this service, cut it. That's not representative of the whole municipality. There were some other more unique ideas, but it's great to connect with these individuals and educate them. So then moving forward to the Vollmer Complex open house that we had, there was approximately 12 people that visited. Out of 33,000 people, that tells a very important statistical story. In my mind, that tells me that the residents are satisfied. When people are satisfied, they usually don't pat you on the back and say, hey, I'm satisfied. When people are not satisfied, they complain. In the grand scheme of things, I heard maybe 2 complaints. There was a lot of people at that session who said, I get it, inflation's high, I'm happy living here. I've even had an individual that told me that, they moved here from a municipality from the north, they have a bigger house and they pay less taxes. I'm not saying that's for every municipality, but it was a very eye-opening and a great session that we had. And, with some of the negative comments that we have, it's not representative of the community. I think based on these statistics that people are generally satisfied, because if people weren't, they'd be speaking louder. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Ferraro.
Thank you. This slide is intended to show the discrepancy between market value and assessed value. As you're all aware, we have not had an update from MPAC on assessed value since for the last 3 years now, and we have no information on when the next one may come. It's probably the largest discrepancy ever between market value and assessed value. As Dale mentioned earlier, The average home price was approximately $600,000 in the previous slide. We used in the budget book, and we, based on review of the data, the average value of a residential home or condo in LaSalle is about $250,000. So certainly less than half of what the market value was in the census information that we compiled. It's interesting to note that, and so everyone is aware, that when new houses are constructed in the town of LaSalle, the sale price may be what it is on the market, but they're actually valued for assessment purposes back to 2016, so that they can be compared equally to the existing homes. That's something that we really want to get that message across, that just because you're purchasing a new home or construction at a certain price, the value is based on the 2016 value, so that you're equally compared to existing homes. As I mentioned, the average residential home is approximately $250,000, and the actual residential condo as average assessment is lesser than that, maybe around $165,000 is the average. So certainly significantly less than the market values we're seeing in the market today. As I mentioned about residential values, this contains a list, or sorry, groupings of all 11,500 properties in the town that are residential, so residential condo, residential townhouse, and single-family homes. As you can see, about 1% of our properties are actually valued over $1 million in the town of LaSalle for property taxation purposes. You can compare that to what's on the Realtor network right now for sale, where probably over 40% of the homes that are on that market are actually asking prices are over $1 million. And as we've seen in the past, sometimes they actually go above the $1 million when it's actually sold. So predominantly in our community, the vast majority of homes are valued at less than $525,000. The average again being about $250,000. We have a significant cluster between $175,000 and $325,000. And so basically we have 114 homes for sale, valued over $1 million, whereas we actually have only 7 homes for sale on the Realtor market right now for under $500,000. So such a significant discrepancy in between market value and assessment value. So it's important to note that when you see a sale price, you cannot simply multiply that sale price by our tax rate and assume that that's the actual tax burden. That is not the case. Again, here we have property taxes, rates, and assessment. And rates times assessment is what someone would pay in property tax. So basically what we're illustrating here is that we have a current rate, and the assessed values are less than the sale value, so that's represented by that smaller home there, equals the property tax. In the event we actually have a reassessment in the future and assessment values increase significantly, the opportunity exists to lower the tax rate, so therefore the property taxes collected would be the same. So certainly this is a mathematical equation, and it's rate times assessment for property tax. And what we're trying to show here is as assessment values increase, if there's a reassessment, we have the opportunity to lower the rate to actually make sure that the property taxes are somewhat equal as opposed to doubling as some individuals may assume if their assessment value doubles. It's also interesting to note here that when comparing communities, some communities, such as those in the GTA, have much higher assessed values than we do here in our community, so their tax rate would naturally be lower. And it's not necessarily equal to compare rates alone across communities. So this here is a brief summary of our operating budget. As mentioned previously, last year's budget was $40.2 million, and the proposed budget this year is $43.1 million. That equates to a 5.25% proposed budget increase for tax rates and equals $11 a month on the average home, bringing the average tax bill from $25.11 to $26.42 and change year over year. Mr. Militia discussed some of our expenditures and where they go. This is certainly a slightly different take on some of those, but along the same ideas. Certain areas of our budget go to transfers to capital, and then police services, fire services, and debt payments. As you can see, a few areas make up a large proportion of the expenditures, and it's intended to show that despite all of our efforts with capital, we're still 81% funded, and it does make up a large portion of our operating budget. So I know that Mr. Militia went into a little bit of detail with that, so I'll just move on to the next slide. This pie graph shows our expenditures by function. As mentioned previously, wages and benefits, the people who are in this room and all of our staff make up a significant portion of the overall budget. Transfers to capital, planning for the future, and for our projects, again, another large portion of the budget. Program services in red, that large piece of the pie that's red, those are things such as materials and services, such as road maintenance, line painting, park and field maintenance, street lighting, and purchase of winter control salt. So all of those things are contained in that one piece of red of the pie. This next listing here shows all the proposed changes and groupings of changes from last year's budget to this year's budget. Wages and benefits are a significant change. We had planned and budgeted for the last few years a certain wage and benefit increase with all the resulting contractual agreements. It's slightly higher than what we had budgeted for. So therefore, there's a little bit of a larger amount than last year. The Waterfront Master Plan, on average, it's $400,000 over the last 2 years, $300,000 last year, and $500,000 this year. As mentioned previously, garbage and collection is a significant component, but this is only 1/3 of the increase. We are phasing it in over 3 years. Down below, some of these items will be discussed in the departmental presentations, so I'll skip down to insurance. Certainly, we are affected by inflation on insurance, and we've seen that increase for the last few years. The overhead allocation increase is an increase in revenue, not cost, and it is a review was done of our employees and time and study, and we're allocating additional revenue to the general tax base as opposed to water and wastewater. For example, we have 3 customer service clerks that work at the front counter. They handle both tax and water and wastewater billing. So therefore, we're allocating their time to water and wastewater, not just the tax and finance department.
Just one quick comment on one of the items there. Phasing in the garbage collection over a 3-year period. We did, as council's aware, we did experience a significant increase in our costs, and we are phasing that in over 3 years. And, you know, the question might come, how are we doing that? So we are, the difference for this year, which is about $400,000, will be coming from our tax stabilization reserve. The purpose of the tax stabilization reserve is to stabilize the tax rate as what we're doing right now, and that has been built up over a number of years. Whenever we get the opportunity, if there's some extra funds or whatnot, we allocate that to our tax stabilization for years when we have unexpected costs such as these, that we can kind of smooth it in so that we're not taking a hit all at once. If we were to put the full impact in this year, our tax rate would be add another % onto the proposed tax rate.
So in addition, these are town-wide summary of changes. And as mentioned earlier, the organics collection buildup of $100,000 is listed here as well. We've also increased the our revenue line on penalty on taxes, and we have some other inflationary items as well on this list. These changes here are more department specific. The information technology staff, 2 additional staff requests. In the proposed budget, the Fire Master Plan buildup in accordance with the Fire Master Plan financial plan. Software licenses, we're seeing a significant increase in the use of software and online items, and that comes with an additional cost. Road maintenance, line painting, and tree trimming, as we're growing, we're asking for additional funding for that. Fuel, again, inflationary costs with fuel have increased year over year. And then there's a listing of other items on here as well, community events, additional community events, park trail maintenance, which will be discussed a little more detailed in the department head presentation. This next slide is a summary of changes from the LaSalle Police Service. And again, it goes through with the wage and benefit increases, the additional constable positions, and some inflationary increases. There's also been a reallocation to information technology, and as well as some increase in upper levels of funding from the government. The changes in long-term capital, in particular, you'll note down at the bottom, actually, we'll start at the bottom, where we have no increase in the annual capital allocation to reserves, whereas last year we actually cut that in half. Historically, we had done $600,000. Last year, we brought forward an increase of $300,000. This year, we're bringing forward no increase in that allocation to capital reserves. And why can we do that? Well, we had some increase in OSIF funding, so that has offset that decrease in the allocation to capital reserve. We've also had a small increase in the provincial gas tax and the funding previously known as federal gas tax is now known as the CCBF. So small increase in that, and then the large increase in the capital allocation from OSIF allowed us to not bring forward, with all the budget pressures we had, another increase for capital reserves. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Langlaw for discussion on growth.
Thank you. So I know Mr. Militia touched on this at the beginning of his presentation, but I just kind of wanted to reiterate it because it is a constant comment that I hear when I do speak with individuals from the community. You know, just some representative pictures up here. You know, with every house that's built, with every subdivision that's built, there is growth-related costs. You know, some examples are obviously, you know, we have more parks. We have to maintain the equipment at the parks. We have to cut those parks, the lawn in those parks. That requires not just, it requires both human resources and, you know, just general contracting and maintenance resources. We do have garbage that needs to be collected and disposed of for those new houses. We do have additional roads that need to be plowed. And then obviously, forward thinking, we do have all that infrastructure. Once it's handed over to the town, we need to start putting away funds to eventually replace that one day. And that's the reason, you know, that it can't, the additional levy from these new subdivisions can't just go to the bottom line. And I hear it all the time. You have so much growth in the town, how come our taxes are going up? Well, it's because we need to service these new subdivisions and eventually replace their infrastructure. It's math, it's a formula. You know, sometimes a small bit of the growth can go to the bottom line, but even, you know, looking, when multiple subdivisions are built, if we doubled in size, we're eventually going to need to add additional ice pad on to the Vollmer Center, right? Eventually it'll be at capacity. We'll need more soccer fields. So it's not just directly related to that subdivision, it's the community as a whole. So that's, you know, this is going to, growth is going to continue to occur faster with Bill 23 that's out, the Build More Homes Act. There's a goal for the province to meet. The federal government announced a couple months ago that by 2025, they want to have 500,000 immigrants per year to address the labor shortage. You know, there's a cause and effect for everything. It's correcting one issue, the labor shortage, which is important, but it's going to, you know, put increased demand on homes to be built, and growth is going to occur rapidly. So just on the next slide, just another picture, representative picture.
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick.
Oh, yep.
Sorry. We're going to take our 15-minute break now before we get right into the growth.
Oh,
okay.
Perfect, yeah.
All right, so we'll do, I guess 15 minutes is good? Yeah. 15 minutes, we'll see you back in here. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Just trying to get those slides. There we go. Okay.
Hey, thank you. So just back on growth, we just kind of talked about how growth can't go to the bottom line because we need to pay for the services for the new subdivisions and houses and condos that are built. But if we move to the next slide, this kind of puts the picture in a little bit of a different perspective. Okay, so this here is a picture, a GIS picture from a few years ago in the area around Seven Lakes. There's nothing built there. There's the golf course. And then if you fast forward a couple years after that, this is a 2021 GIS picture. This shows the houses that have been built there. And that kind of supports my comments. And if you took the 2022, I hadn't put that in there, you can start to see roads to the north being outlined. So we continue to grow. But, all these houses here, we definitely got a lot of assessment from them. But that's a snowplow route. That's garbage that needs to be picked up and collected, and all those roads and pipes under the ground and infrastructure needs to be replaced one day. So, as we mention quite often, we're a forward-looking municipality, and we're planning for that infrastructure to eventually be replaced. There are some municipalities that don't think that way, but fast forward 20 years and you're in a lot of trouble if you don't plan for the future. So, it's something that I think everyone here, council, residents, management should all be proud of, the forward-looking mentality that we have. So moving on to our debt payments. Mr. Ferraro.
So debt payments were brought up earlier by Mr. Militia. This here offers a little more detail on the individual debts and their payment that we pay each year, the actual payment, sorry. And as you can see, the red is the Vollmer Recreation Center, and it is coming June 2028. And these are all very large-scale projects. So we're paying for them as they're being used, as opposed to paying for them completely up front. We're actually spreading the payments along while they're being used. As you can see, the one thing to note is that the gray and dark blue represent the waterfront debt that was issued recently, as mentioned, and when they end. In particular, the wastewater Lou Romano sewage capacity debt is funded from the wastewater collection, whereas the other debts are funded from the general tax base. So another thing to mention. This graph can be found within our budget with all of our debt payments, principal and interest, on page 193 for anyone who has interest actually looking at that more closely.
Just a quick comment on debt there. The Lou Romano debt, that's actually paid 100% from development charges. We expanded our capacity. We had a service that provided a service in the mid-2000s for the existing residents that we had. Mr. Militia and some of the other management staff of the day negotiated, and there was some infrastructure that was added on to the Lou Romano plant and for growth. And growth does pay for growth. That's a mentality that we have here, and that is funded every year from development charges that we collect. So growth does pay for growth, and as some of these large projects, I listen to some of the other municipalities and pay as you go and save up money for a bunch of years and then do a large project. Theoretically, this is how we think here at the town. If we save up for 10 years for a waterfront project, or 20 years, and we pay for it all at once, don't issue debt. There's someone who's lived here and paid their taxes for 20 years, and we've taken some of their money and we've built this great waterfront project. If they are seniors and move to a nursing home or move out of town or pass away or something happens, we used all the money that they paid in taxes to pay for something that they can't use. Our mentality for these new service level enhancement type projects we issue debt and we pay that from taxes into the future from the people who are actually enjoying those levels of service. That's a mentality that we have, and you know, that's how we operate here in the town of LaSalle. So, you know, you hear a lot of people, municipalities pay as you go, and it's supposed to be, it's a great thing, and it's an okay thing if that's how you want to operate. But if you think from a different perspective, the people who are using the services pay for it. Growth pays for growth.
This is a slide that illustrates levy funding sources, new construction versus assessment increase versus tax rate increase. As you can see, in 2019, 2020, there was no tax rate increase. The red is missing. Interesting to note that in 2019, 2018, 2020, we had probably more growth than we had in the proposed upcoming budget. So therefore, there's more pressure on the tax rate without the assessment growth and without the growth from new construction that's actually hitting the tax roll. So I have heard, and we do believe, that there's been some delay in completing construction. It's taken longer than it used to take, so that's why we believe there's a slight delay in catching up on that occupancy and assessment, new growth construction when actually hitting the tax roll. So this year's projected new construction or growth is $740,000, where historically we have seen it reach almost $1 million, and 1 year was actually higher than that in 2019. So there is also the ever-increasing interest rates, which may play a part in that in the future in decreasing that growth. We're still monitoring that, but we are of the understanding that growth is taking longer to complete new homes, so we are hoping that that increases into the future. Next, a brief overview on all the budget factors and challenges that we're going to explain. Those include legislative changes such as Bill 23 and its impacts, inflationary and contractual pressures, a brief discussion on asset management, some service level enhancements, more detailed graph on formula-based grant funding and how it affects ourselves and our neighbors, and as well as assessment mix and how that affects the tax rate.
Just moving on to the first topic, legislative changes. You know, there's many legislative changes that have come out. Every year there's new ones. Some cost us money, some don't. But recently there's two that have cost us or are going to cost us a significant amount of money. The first being Bill 23. We've spoken about that in depth. Mrs. Beggs, myself, in an earlier council meeting in January. You know, we all realize that the bottom line, that's probably going to cost us north of $100,000 a year. That's going to be shifted from development charges to the town tax rate to fund some of these growth-related initiatives. And then, you know, the other, looking at the picture there, is the organic, that, you know, Mr. Militia touched on that earlier. There's been a study, high level, and that could cost probably around $1 million a year. It's going to cost us once that's rolled out, and that is from it's called the Circular Economy Act, the Organics Provincial Policy Statement, which is requiring, based on your size of municipality, you have to reduce the organics that are going into the landfill, and that will be measured and monitored and reported on. So it's really out of our control. We have to move forward with this, and it's going to cost a significant amount of money. So you'll see later, we are starting a small build-up for that. It's $100,000. It's 10% of what we think it's probably going to eventually cost us. But, you know, we have a couple years to build that up. And then again, that may be an area where we may need to tap into our tax stabilization reserve once we reach there if we haven't fully built it up. But there's still studies to be performed and exact costing and whatnot. Next, just looking at the inflationary pressures. As we all know, it's hit everyone. It's hit all businesses, it's hit all individuals, and municipalities are not exempt. You know, hear some comments of people who are upset, and unfortunately, municipalities are not the creators of inflation. That, you know, probably the biggest cause of that is, you know, potentially the Russia-Ukraine war, oil supply chain issues, and just general supply chain issues that are resulting from the COVID pandemic. That are driving the prices up. You know, we're not immune to that if we do not want to increase our budgets accordingly. The service levels that we provide, we won't have the funds to pay for them because the costs have went up. We'll touch on that a little bit later, but here, some of the biggest examples that everyone can relate to is the fuel prices. In 2022, it's just over $1.40. At one point, it was $2 a liter. So it has decreased significantly, but the average, when you're looking at averages, it's probably close to $1.80 a year for 2022. And then just some of the other items, electronics, machinery and equipment, petroleum products, and construction materials. Petroleum products and oil touches everything. Every service and every good has to be delivered. And petroleum and oil goes into the production of everything. So it really is a root cause of a lot of the inflationary pressures, and it does flow through the system. So just moving on to the next famous slide that we have here is the hot asphalt mix price history. We presented this a couple years ago, and it does really, prove a point when you're looking. So, 15 years ago, it was pretty consistent with inflation, but since then, there has been significant increases in prices each year. Specifically in 2022, we took a large hit. The price went up 28% from the previous year. So, if we do not increase funding for that, if we mill and pave 2 kilometers or 3 kilometers, say 2 kilometers of roads every year, we can pave 1.5 kilometers this year if we do not keep up with inflation. Obviously, we're not increasing our contribution to capital reserves by 28%. We are increasing it, but that's not realistic. That's such a large portion of our budget. If we increased it by 28%, our tax rate would be probably 15% increase. So, we are still continuing to work towards funding our infrastructure, but this is definitely a significant impact, and it's going to definitely impact our service levels. So moving on, some other examples specific to us where we've been hit the hardest. There's 3 different bars. One is almost 10 years ago, 2011 prices. The dark blue is if we increased with inflation each year, the consumer price index, where we'd be for 2021. And then the red's where we actually are. So, we talk about consumer price index, a 6.3% rate of inflation year over year, but for many of our products, it's significantly higher than the consumer price index. And that's just the nature of some of the services that we provide and some of the costs associated with those services. The consumer price index represents all goods and services, but with municipalities, it's a lot more, there's garbage collection, a lot more specific. So you can't really base it on the consumer price index. And unfortunately, these rates are going up higher than consumer price index. The garbage collection, as we've talked about many times, has doubled, and the garbage disposal has went up. And a portion of this is growth related, as we've had growth, but the majority of it is inflationary costs per unit increase. So next slide. This here is the various different indexes. So, the consumer price index is the dark blue. The light blue is the industrial product price index, and the red is the non-residential construction price index, which is probably more representative of the costs of our infrastructure. The black is the annual capital contribution that we've on average that we've been contributing. So, I mentioned above with the hot asphalt, this kind of shows the impact that it's having on municipalities. The costs in the past, 8 years have went up almost 45% probably for a lot of our infrastructure related costs. And, based our annual contribution, 2% for inflation is about 10%. So there's a big gap there, which is, it is a problem. So moving on to our asset management.
So our asset management core infrastructure, a cross-functional team from finance and public works came together to complete a study that was completed at the end of 2022 or mid-2022. And from that, we got the information presented earlier that we are 81% funded on our core infrastructure. So as you can see here, water and wastewater network are almost fully funded, so we can expect some slightly lower increases in the future as we actually reach 100% funding for our water and wastewater capital and core infrastructure. Slightly less funded on roads, bridges, and culverts, to the tune of about $1 million shortfall, and a little bit larger shortfall on stormwater network. But overall, for core infrastructure services, infrastructure, we actually are at 81% funded. As mentioned earlier, we have heard that we are significantly higher funded than most of our comparators and other municipalities. So certainly some good news. And when we saw those pie charts earlier on how much money we've put towards capital and reserves, clearly there still is a gap that exists, but we are probably better funded than most municipalities. We will be working on in this year, end of this year, and beginning before middle of next year, complete another review on non-core infrastructure asset management levels and funding levels.
I'm just going to pause you there, Councillor Renaud.
Just a quick question, maybe for Mr. Mara. With our outfall project that we're undertaken, is that going to improve this line on here? I mean, that seems to be the one with the biggest gap. In your opinion, is this new project going to help that line?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Mayor. That will help reduce the gap, but it will also bring on new infrastructure that we currently do not have out along the waterfront. So it will bring along with the new project a number of pump stations that have to be operated and maintained in perpetuity, which we currently don't have. So that gap will be reduced a little bit with respect to some of the infrastructure out there, but not to a significant amount because of the other infrastructure that's being brought on.
I do have a quick question for you. That last slide we were looking at, you said that the water and wastewater was almost 100% funded. We will be in the near future, I'm assuming. What is the amount that goes into that fund every year?
So for water, the proposed budget's just shy of $2 million. And for the wastewater budget, $2.1 million. Just a comment on that as well. So this study was performed based on 2021 data. And, as we saw in the past couple slides, the non-residential price index going up over 15%. That gap's going to widen a little bit, so we are going to continue to work towards becoming fully funded, but, I'd have to probably say, today, right now, it's not 80%. It's not horrible, but with that price increase to replace those assets that we can't control, that gap would widen a little bit. But that's with every municipality.
Thank you. Any other questions before we continue? Go ahead.
Thank you. And, just one last comment on the funding for infrastructure. You can really tell the roads in LaSalle when you drive on them, they're in pretty darn good shape. There's some municipalities I won't name, but just driving all over the place, sometimes they're so bumpy and they're so patched, you might as well be driving on a gravel road, and it shows. We do put enough money away that we can maintain them properly and, and rebuild them as necessary.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you one more time. Councillor Deputy Mayor Capata.
Through your worship, to the finance team, since you brought up roads, maybe for you or Mr. Mara, as part of the CAO's presentation, he spoke about different pressures that we face. And I understand the amount of road that belongs to the county in the town of LaSalle, and I believe you gentlemen have spoken to, we have to maintain, you've shown that sort of information for the public. Can you explain the difference in the kilometers of road that the town of LaSalle owns vis-a-vis the kilometers that we don't. We're just simply wanted to understand the points that you've just shown on these slides so that I can also internalize the cost of the good roads that we have that you mentioned.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Mayor. As Mr. Militia had indicated, again, our road network is quite extensive, and 5% of that is probably solely the responsibility of the County of Essex for them to take care of. With respect to the rest of the road network, the town has a large function in a lot of those roads, even though they may be a connecting link, and the County of Essex comes in and does snow maintenance on it. For the most part, the build-out of those roads, such as Malden, for the entire length of what's part of the Malden Road EA, the primary purpose and the primary cost of that reconstruction is really taken on as a burden for the town of LaSalle, with a small contribution coming from the County of Essex. When we get into some of the areas where it is solely 100% county responsibility, we're talking about primarily outside of the urban area. So again, when you look at Malden Road, it's outside of that urban area, so be south of Gulfview would be something that they own and operate and maintain 100%. But everything north of Gulfview, there's a contribution from them, but the town takes on the burden of all the work. So anything besides 2 lanes of road that we want to put within that right-of-way, it becomes the burden of the town to maintain, operate, and construct. So streetlights, sidewalks, active transportation for some of it, storm sewers and sanitary sewers and water mains. It's all 100% town of LaSalle, even though it's on a county connecting link. So I don't have the exact number, but it's about, I would say it's about 5 to 10% of our road network. We may get some money back from the county, but most of it, the rest of it is ours.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. That answers my question.
Thank you. So moving along to our community service level requests. Okay, so it's not a challenge, it's a factor, I'd say. It's finding the balance. As I mentioned, with the census data and my opening, that LaSalle, all these great services that we provide are why people want to live in LaSalle and continue to live and move to LaSalle, which is shown by the stats. But there is always new requests for new services, and I've mentioned a few up here, and a big one that I just wrote on is pickleball. We've implemented a lot of courts lately, even at the event center, but it's a continued demand, and we see that with the census data as the population continues to age and whatnot. But there is a lot of service level requests, and we need to find the balance between new service levels and maintaining our existing levels of service. We need to continue to roll out new service levels, but they do truly come at a cost. For every event that we have, it's not just paying some vendors. There's a big chunk of our budget overall is labor, human resources. It's just the nature of the business. And there's a lot of positions that we have. We've hosted a lot of events. I'll just use this as an example. We have hosted a lot of events with the staff and resources that we currently have. But the more that we have, eventually you reach a breaking point where there is additional resources required. That goes hand in hand. Even some of the behind the scenes items like IT, the more software and whatnot that we roll out, the more maintenance that we have and support we need, and eventually the glass overflows. So with new service levels comes additional costs. It comes the need for new positions, and just in general, just other costs, which it's not a bad thing. It's what makes our community, it's what makes LaSalle, but we just need to find an appropriate speed to roll them out, and while not losing sight of the services that we have. And to date, we've done a great job at that, in my opinion. We look at the infrastructure, we haven't lost sight of it. We have great infrastructure, and we continue to roll out great new service levels. But we always got to keep that in the back of our mind, and kind of educate the public. The more events and the more service levels and items that we have, it's math. It costs money. So that's on top of everything else that we offer and all the other pressures that we have. We need to find balance. That's what it comes down to, is balance.
This slide builds on the discussion of grant funding that was had a little earlier during Mr. Melissa's presentation. This slide also includes the Canada Community Building Fund, which is formerly known as the federal gas tax. Also includes, of course, OMPF and OSIF funding. So as you can see, the town of LaSalle is on the very bottom end of the scale here, where how much we get is just over $3 million in total with all three of those, 0 from OMPF. And compared to the town of Essex that receives almost $7 million in funding annually. So that's a $4 million shortfall in comparison to the town of Essex, which is approximately a 10% tax rate change for every $400,000. So again, in even the average, we're still $2 million short of the average. So this certainly puts pressure on our tax rate and the budget each and every year. So this continues each and every year. So over the last 3 years, that $4 million is now $12 million, and it just continues to grow year after year. What do we do? Because of this, we do place an emphasis on our application-based grants, and we have a report on the agenda later that kind of highlights some of our successes in that regard. But certainly, we do provide a certain focus on that application-based grants.
Quick question for you. Mm-hmm. The OMPF, it's Tecumseh and LaSalle who doesn't receive anything. Why?
Again, it's a mixture of all the factors that go into that. And I know we've gone through this many years. So certainly the factors are income, assessment, and there's a number of other factors as well. But typically those are the ones that tend to have us not get an allocation. Urban versus rural as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, OSIF funding. Just looking down the road as I'm thinking about the long-term strategy and plan that we're working here for our finances. And I realize you gentlemen don't have a crystal ball, but what do you see about the future of these funding dollars as part and parcel of our long-term financial strategy to maintain the health of the town?
I can take that one. So OSIF's kind of a unique situation. This year we experienced an almost $1 million increase in our formula-based funding, which is fantastic. But when you look at comparables to the other municipalities, we've received significantly less. Many have $2 million plus they've received. And then also, they're adding $400 million over a number of years to the qualifying municipalities. They're smaller municipalities, and each year as they build this up, you can't increase or decrease by more than 15% just to phase it in. And unfortunately, recently, since we've released the budget, we are going to experience about 11% decrease in our funding next year, which is about $150,000. We have challenged that. We sat in on a demo. It's not the only time we've challenged our formula-based funding. We spoke directly to the minister at AMO a couple years ago and expressed our concerns, not just with how the formula is created, just some of the other factors. For example, the Lou Romano plant. We don't own that asset, and that's a factor in the calculation. So I said, we paid for some of that infrastructure. That should be factored into our calculation. Unfortunately, it isn't. And I brought that up again the other day, and with no luck, with no success. So unfortunately, we continually bring these comments up to the higher levels of government, but unfortunately, we can't control what we receive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Burns?
Mr. Langlois, we should remind the province that they are the ones who forced the town of LaSalle back in the late 70s, instead of allowing us, when we were a township, to build our own plant. And we need to make that argument. It was the Davis government at the time, and we need to make that argument loud and strong to them, that we didn't create this problem. Inadvertently, they did. And I don't know how we separate that. You probably have, but it wouldn't hurt them. And it took us another 4 years before we got the funding model down to be able to hook into our sewer systems, even though everybody in the day thought they were broken and whatever, but Jack Menard was the reeve at the time and fought to get 75% of that infrastructure paid for the residents in this town. I think we need to go back to those things, whether we have documentation or not, but to remind them. Because we're certainly being shortchanged, and we have been for 35 years plus. So thank you.
Noted. For the next AMO conference, if we speak to a minister, we'll continue to pound the table, and hopefully we can see some results.
So certainly that does place a budget pressure on us each and every single year. And this here is another slide that shows some budget pressures that we have. We are well known as a residential community. We have 93% residential and just 7% for the other classes, whether it be commercial, industrial, et cetera. So there certainly is benefits to being 93% commercial. I don't recall the last time I've seen a very large truck driving through LaSalle or anywhere near LaSalle on my way to work each and every day. I don't see any large trucks. So it certainly is a benefit to being such a large residential community percentage-wise as comparison to having commercial or industrial. You'll see that certain municipalities in the area, in particular Lakeshore and Tecumseh, Tecumseh in particular has 4 times in industrial assessment that the town of LaSalle does, and Lakeshore is about 3 times the industrial assessment. So what does that mean? That means that they have less pressure on the residential taxpayers because the commercial and industrial tax base is contributing to the budget, and they're not using such things as parks and trails and things of that nature.
Just another quick comment on that. You know, industrial tax ratio is approximately 2.5 times the size of a residential. So for every dollar of assessment of an industrial building, they're paying 2.5 times as much tax, which definitely helps fund the levy and takes the pressure off residences.
And I mentioned those 2 communities because on this next slide, you'll see here where some of those communities on the affordability side, we saw this slide earlier, they're lower than LaSalle, whereas we're the 3rd most affordable community in the region. The slide on the left is a combination of municipal, county, and education taxes. So when a taxpayer is paying their bill to the town of LaSalle, we are transferring 40% of that monies we receive to the county and to the province in the form of county taxes and education tax. So only 60% of that tax bill is actually staying with the town of LaSalle. This slide here is on water and wastewater. The proposal includes an increase in the water main replacement charge for both water and wastewater, and a 3-cent consumption charge increase, which is less than 2%. So on the average annual bill, that's an increase of $50 per year or $4 a month. This here is a county comparison on water and wastewater from last year for the average user using 324 cubic meters of water annually. As you can see, the town of LaSalle has the 2nd lowest water charges and wastewater charges, significantly less than some of our regional neighbors. Based on the proposed increases, this is a graph that we share amongst municipalities and do some comparisons with each other. It's distributed by one of the treasurers group, and we use it to compare ourselves to others. So when you're adding all 3 of these things together, you can see that the town of LaSalle is on the lower midpoint of the scale. Even with the additions that we are proposing today, and with no additions in the other municipalities, we would still be in the same position next year. So we are under the understanding that there will be increases across the board in the municipalities, but even if there wasn't, we would still be in the same spot we are now. This brings us to a discussion on our capital budget. The capital budget, this proposed capital budget this year is over $40 million in projects. It starts on page 198 of our budget document, and I'd like to note that funding from the capital budget comes from various sources, whether it be reserves, grants that we apply for, formula-based grants, development charges, in some cases debt. So certainly significant infrastructure projects make up a large component of that. The fire service capital expenditures proposed for this year are also a significantly large component. The enhanced projects will be discussed during the department head presentations, but I would like to point out some of the annual capital spending and replacement and repair projects that we have planned for next year. We'll continue with the proposed mill and pave program and the pedestrian safety allocation. So those are annual capital spending items. You can see 2 photos there of some of our roads that have been repaired and some of our pedestrian safety items that we have. On the replacement and repair side, we have a photo of the town water feature that requires some rehabilitation, as well as the boardwalk. And also there's some plans for rehab of the Vollmer Center, some components in there as well. We also have a large number of trucks and vehicles that require replacing on an annual basis. So we spread those out, annually and do a few of those each year. This year, there's 2 plows proposed to be replaced in the capital schedule. Again, later on in the presentation, we'll have a few more discussions from the department heads on new parks that are proposed, the proposals for the Town of LaSalle Fire Service, as well as the Malden Road proposed discussion that will happen later on in the department head presentation. This brings us to a summary of the municipal budget at $43.1 million. The proposed municipal tax rate is 5.25%. And then the average 2023 tax bill, if this was passed, would be $4,300 in total. Sorry, that's the total tax bill. $2,643 would be for the municipal portion. And again, this shows the other 39% or 40% goes to the Essex County and to the provincial education.
So with that being said, that kind of completes the high-level overview and summary. As Mr. Ferraro mentioned, when we go through the departmental budgets, we're not going to go through, unless council has a question, on every single asset that we're replacing. They've reached the end of their useful life. There's an annual allocation every year for road rehabilitation and maintenance and whatnot. So we're not going to, if we went through every truck that's being repaired, it'd be the same answer. It's 12 years old and it needs to be replaced. If there is any specific question on any of those assets, feel free to ask us. But the main focus will be on capital enhancement projects, stuff above and beyond what we currently do. With that being said, before we head into the departmental sessions, I just want to take the opportunity at this point to, thank everyone that was involved with the budget. Behind the scenes with this new budget software, it was a major project. I think it was a lot more work than we originally anticipated. It's not just a budget software. It is much more than that, and it's very user-friendly, and it's going to allow all of our manager and supervisor staff to drill down and look at exact expenses and whatnot. And there's a great functionality with that that's definitely going to help us, and it's going to improve the budget process moving forward and allow us to complete it streamlined and prevent manual input errors and whatnot. Mr. Ferraro was kind of led the project, but a big Mrs. Chantel Anson had a huge part in that. She's really truly a wizard when it comes to this kind of stuff and software implementation and whatnot. So she's had behind the scenes a heck of a lot of work involved in creating this document and the new budget software. And then also, Mr. Militia mentioned Ms. Hadre, to make it look as great as it does with all the graphics and whatnot, making sure everything's aligned properly and whatnot. She's been a huge part of the budget. And then, all the other directors, managers, and supervisors, we as finance compile the budget and collect all the data, but, every department has their own budget and budget requests, and a lot of effort goes into it. And, it is truly responsible. There is not a lot of fluff being asked for and wants that aren't needs. So thank you to everyone for this. And right now it is 11:34. It's about a half an hour to go for lunch. So we might be able to get started with some of the departmental presentations to start.
Before we do that, we do have a report. Item 1, the application-based funding and grant update.
Actually, that'd be a great opportunity to speak about this.
Okay. We're going to have Mr. Militia say something first.
Just, I know there's sometimes questions in terms of what the rate is and which rate we're identifying. And so just for council's information, our municipal rate is a 5.25% proposed increase. When we take into account, and the budget document identifies what the overall rate would be, and so that's about 4.6% as identified in the budget. Since that time, the county originally had a 4.7 or 8% budget increase proposed. I think they came in just under 4, if I remember correctly. And so the overall increase based on the new county rate, the county approved rate, as well as the proposed rate, again, that's the 5.25 municipally, is about 4.3%. So just to give you an order of reference in terms of what people will feel when they pay their bill, remembering that 60% of that number comes to the municipality and 40% goes to the county and the education side. And I can't see, it's on page, that summary is on page 9 of the budget document. So the summary is a little bit dated just from the perspective that the county has now approved their budget. So the number has gone from 4.6% to about 4.3%, just as an order of reference.
So Mayor, members of council, the report before you is an update on the application-based funding in grants. There was a report earlier last year that kind of highlighted some of our successes with funding and grants and application-based grants in particular, and we were asked to bring this forward again, once again at budget time. So the report before you summarizes the last 2 years of grant activity, our successes, and some of those that we were unsuccessful with. But we certainly are continuing to apply heavily and place a lot of focus on these application-based grants. We've heard a lot so far today on the budget software. I'm happy to say that the budget software was funded from one of these grants, so there was no cost to us. So certainly, there are some grants that fell off this list because they were from over 2 years ago, the largest one being the DMAF grant, which we're using for the down at the waterfront and the storm sewer updates and the pumping station upgrades. Also, the Vollmer Center tennis courts were partially funded from a grant, and that has actually fallen off this list. So there are, though, some new grants that I just wanted to highlight. The ICIP Infrastructure Canada Green Stream grant, which will fund 3/4 of the proposed water main upgrades on Bouffard and Riom, so it's rehabilitation as opposed to upgrades, sorry. So again, we're getting $3 million for that grant of the $4 million project estimate. We also received some grants for our holiday lights, the capital display. We received an extra $100,000 that was put towards the holiday tree and the items outside, the capital infrastructure there. We also received a grant in 2021 to help the funding of the actual recreational programming that took place during holiday lights for $25,000. We actually got the same grant 2 years in a row, and in 2022 we received over $70,000 to help fund the recreational programming that occurred during the holiday lights this year, including the rental of the synthetic glice rink. So those are some highlights of the actual grants that we received, and this does help mitigate those issues we talked about where we get less funding from formula-based grants. So there's a complete list on here of the successes and unsuccessful applications over the last 2 years, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions? I would say it's slowly looking better than past years, the amount of successful compared to unsuccessful. We're definitely, I don't know if you guys are, like I said, maybe putting in different types of proposals or however we're becoming more successful, which is obviously good for our municipality. We're still, I think you said 33% less than the average. So hopefully we can figure that part of it out. But otherwise, I think we've been very successful, and thank you for all your hard work. Do we want to do motion to receive that? We'll take a motion to receive. Any? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that we get 33% less funding on the formula-based grants as opposed to application-based grants.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we'll have a motion to receive Councillor Carrick and support Councillor Reno. All in favor? All right. So now we'll move into departmental.
Great, thank you. And just, another note on the grants and the application-based grants. And a significant amount of, I know for sure, Mr. Ferraro's time is spent on researching and the different opportunities and completing the grants. Hours and hours and hours are spent on creating the grant applications. And, all the other directors, supervisors, and managers, depending on where those grants fall, there's a significant amount of their input also involved in time. But, it looks like it definitely is paying off. And, we do have the support of many of the MPs and MPPs in the region. Every chance we get, we speak to them. And, I had the opportunity over the holidays to speak with our local MPP, and he experienced his support for all of our projects and applications and said, if you ever apply for any through Ontario, definitely reach out to him and let him know, and he'd be happy to provide letters of support and whatnot for the various different projects that we're proposing. So, there's a lot of different factors that go into the success, but, I'd say the leader on these initiatives is definitely Mr. Ferraro, and definitely appreciated and is showing the fruits of the efforts. Okay, so moving on to the departmental budgets. I'll start with mayor and council. Share our screen here, okay. You'll notice on these slides at the bottom right-hand side, there's a page reference. So members of council can follow along in their budget booklets. So just on the budget there, the inflationary changes is purely wages and benefits increases over the previous year. The service level enhancement is called council initiatives. Currently, there's $7,500 in there annually, and what this increase is used to fund is currently it funds bursaries for the 2 high schools in the town and the rebate for Turtle Club taxes. We're looking at increasing that to potentially enhance the bursaries to be consistent with the neighboring municipalities, and then also fund various initiatives by council that haven't been included in the budget. A good example of that would be if there's room rentals or, requests for free ice for different charities and whatnot to help fund that. When there are charitable events and we do offer free ice and rooms and whatnot, specifically with the ice, that does take away from our bottom line, as it would be filled by other user groups that pay. So it definitely has an impact, but this will help mitigate that. If there's any specific questions on that?
If maybe I can just add a couple of points on the council initiative budget. Certainly, we haven't increased the bursary amount. I think that's for one student at Sandwich Secondary, one student at Villanova. I think it's been the same amount since I got here in 1999. So we need to take a look at that number and make it more appropriate for the student bursary side of things. I think the other side, what we're trying to do is, excuse me, is to provide council. We've heard more and more in probably the last 18 months to 18 months from community groups and organizations that are looking for us to waive fees. In particular. So we have a fee waiving policy, which quite frankly says we don't waive fees. And so administration has been going forward and following that policy. But the funding that we see here, so there's an increase in funding of about $22,500. We expect that the $2,500 will be reallocated to the bursary side of things, and the $20,000 would be an amount that would be at council's discretion to support community events or offer different services or things of that nature. So it doesn't necessarily only have to be for fee waiving. It could be, for example, if council wants to put on an additional night market or some sort of special festival or something of that nature, the funding could come from this source as well. So it just provides council with some flexibility when we do get community groups coming forward saying, will you be able to sponsor typically our policy has been there is no waiving of fees, and we don't budget for any additional sponsorship. So a good example might be some of a school event or even some of our community group events. So that's the gist of the budget line increase request.
Councillor Carrick?
So just for some clarification, we got a report coming next council meeting for 2 requests, and there are 42 other charities that use our facilities. So how are we gonna give, like, we split it 42 ways, so everybody gets equal? Because at the same time, they're all worthy, or is it first come, first serve? I mean, that's something we'll have to consider. Because at the end of the day, we can't afford, we don't build it in the budget, and it's tough enough as it is right now to try to find savings. So it just makes it, is there some clarification, or are we looking at that kind of a scenario, just to be clear?
Again, our first approach was to put an amount in the budget so that we would at least have something to work with. I think subsequent to that, should council agree to this item, we would then develop a policy or a procedure on how to allocate those funds. It's purely up to council's discretion. We would probably look to council, members of council for some input as to how they would like to see that happen, whether that's application-based or whether that's divided equally amongst so many or first come, first serve, whatever those options are. The reality is that you're absolutely right. They're all worthy causes, and we will most certainly get more requests than money that we have. That's just the way it is. And, you know, from there are other municipalities that have spent time as part of the budget process to hear all the requests and then make the allocation at that point. So we will have to figure out that part of it. So that would be a subsequent report that we see coming forward.
So then, in fairness, I'm suspecting it wouldn't be ready by next week, is what I'm thinking. Right, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No?
Okay, moving on to the next slide. This is the Chief Administrative Officer 2022 goals and objectives update and 2023 goals and objectives.
So just with respect to the goals and objectives, we have reviewed some of this with council as part of the orientation and part of the departmental challenges and successes. Certainly there's a number from the CAO's office perspective. You'll see a lot of repeat items coming from year to year because we generally deal with longer term strategic, sorry, there's just something on the screen that a little off there, but that we tend to deal with more longer-term strategic type of goals and objectives, which usually will span a year. There's not much we do that gets completed in a year. It usually takes a little longer than that. So you'll see some of those. I think some of the highlights in terms of what we've been able to do is certainly take a look at our organizational excellence and developing some of those plans, and we look forward to doing some of that going forward as well. Again, in terms of looking at our post-pandemic approach, again, from that perspective, I think we've done a good job of managing the pandemic, and if we can call ourselves post-pandemic at this point, we certainly continue to move forward on that. So from that perspective, we seem to be working going forward, coming into 2023. Certainly, we will continue with the staff engagement side of things, updating a number of our policies and continued mentorship that we provide, as well as updating the asset management plan and conducting some departmental service delivery reviews as we go through that. A big project for us is the waterfront development and keeping on track with that and ensuring that continues to move forward both from an operational perspective and a continued construction perspective. So from the goals and objectives, that's where we are. I will say that, like I said, and what you'll hear from most of the department heads as they talk about their budgets, we have discussed much of the objectives for 2022 as well as the goals for 2023 in terms of the status. So I'm available for questions should anyone have any.
Members of council, any questions? No? Should we do lunch? Lunch is ready if you guys do want a break, I'm not sure how much the next area, how long that will take. If you suggest breaking or,
I think it's a good time to take a break.
okay, so we will take lunch and reconvene. I think if we go 12:30, that should be good. 12:30, okay? Okay. Welcome back for lunch. We will resume our meeting. I will hand it back over to Mr. Langwell. Actually,
Yeah. Just before we do that, again, for the department heads, managers, and in the room, just over lunch, again, just speaking individually with members of council, from a presentation perspective, council feels like we've covered enough of the goals and objectives side of things at previous sessions for orientation. So if we could focus just on the budget line items within the budget. I know that there's a couple of slides we'll just kind of rifle through. If there's something specific that department heads want to identify, feel free to do that. But any long conversation with respect to goals and objectives, we've handled that already. So.
Fantastic.
That might be the one and only time he says that, so let's really.
Hey, if we approve 5.25, I'll say it again. No. So moving on to corporate revenues. So it's all under inflationary changes. It is a large number, but I'll explain what that's made up of. The $1.1 million is primarily made up of the OCIF funding increase that we received for 2022, so the $994,000, so just shy of $1 million increase that we received. Makes up the majority of that. The Canada Community Building Fund, which is formerly the federal gas tax, that also increased by $91,000. And then penalty and interest on taxes. We've noticed a trend the past couple of years. We've been tracking higher than what we've budgeted, so we've increased that budget accordingly by $98,000. On the decrease side, the Provincial Offences Act revenue that we've received, we've noticed an offsetting trend where we've been receiving less money than we've budgeted for a number of years, so we've reduced that accordingly. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them this time on corporate revenue.
members of council? No?
Okay, next, well, just the goals and objectives are listed there. We spoke about previous orientation sessions. So moving on to finance and administration. So the finance and administration budget, we've kind of broken out all the different categories. So to start, the increase here, the $350,000, I guess, positive impact on the budget is a reduction. That's made up primarily of that overhead allocation increase. So the increase in overhead to water and wastewater I know Mr. Ferraro mentioned that earlier in the presentation, we've added additional staff that do, a portion of their duties does pertain to water. So we've done that recalculation and it has increased. So this is that allocation to water and wastewater and building services. That's $484,000. That's offset by increases, $20,000 increase in insurance, which is inflationary, wages and benefits, just shy of $100,000 increase. And then we've included in our training budget with all new positions and initiatives and support for our staff, a $10,000 increase there. So that makes up the inflationary changes under finance and administration. Under financial services, so this is where all of our debt payments are recorded as well as our reserve contributions. So this, the inflationary changes here is also a high number, $1.3 million almost, but this is the opposite side of the equation on the OCIF funding. So we had the revenue come in and accordingly we transfer that money to a reserve. So the $994,000 of this increase is the transfer to the OCIF reserve. And then inflationary increases for all other reserves that we've increased by approximately 2%, just historically. Obviously, we're not increasing them the 6.3%, but we do have to put some type of inflationary increase in there, so that's a $300,000 increase. And then the growth and service level enhancement, that is the continued buildup for the waterfront. As noted, on average, according to our financial plan, it's $400,000. Last year, there was a reduction to get that to $300,000. So when there's a reduction, it kind of carries over to the following year. So that's why it's $500,000 this year to continue with the average increase of $400,000. If there's any questions on those slides, be happy to answer. Okay. Then last, under the finance and administration budget, is the information technology budget. So the inflationary changes is $26,000 for wages and benefit increases, and there's $73,000 for softwares and licenses and whatnot. And you know, in the last year we've rolled out a significant amount of new software. The largest would be the Office 365 software, and implementing that out to all of our part-time staff, our volunteer firefighters, and all other staff in the organization, the public works folks and whatnot, so that we can communicate with everyone and utilize all the various functions of Office 365. So that comes at a cost. That's $73,000 in total with all the software increases, and then an inflationary increase to the capital contribution. Under service level increases, I'll start with the contribution to the IT reserve. As mentioned, you know, technology is not going away. It's increasing at an accelerated rate over the past 5 years, especially since COVID. You know, all the virtual software that we've implemented to work from home and have a couple years ago, virtual council meetings and whatnot. There's just been a significant enhancement in all the services and infrastructure as well that we've been rolling out. So this is phase 1 of 4 to increase our contribution to the IT capital reserve. There's some larger expenses you'll see when we get to capital later on that involves some major server replacement that's just required to keep up with the times and make sure we have the processing power and whatnot. So we need, as expenses go up, we need to increase that contribution to reserve. The next item is request for 2 additional IT positions. You know, as I just mentioned, IT is not going anywhere. It's increasing at an accelerated rate. Over the past 3 years, we've rolled out various online services. The work from home function, we've rolled it out. Continue to, you know, increase our cybersecurity initiatives. And, you know, with rolling out, we've issued more laptops and peripherals to several different staff that we have. The Office 365 setup, with everyone that's using it, continued support for all these additional staff members that we have utilizing technology. We've seen our IT tickets increase substantially over the past number of years. Creation and implementation of our cyber strategic plan to keep us protected. It's been working out fantastic. And also various integration of softwares. You know, before we'd have to enter the same information in various different systems. There's been a lot of integration projects that allows that to occur automatically, which creates significant efficiencies. You know, these do come at a cost, but the efficiencies created are significant as well. Some examples are the Kronos, it's UKG now, the time and attendance software. There used to be 3 different sets of eyes making sure that everything was appropriate when it was done manually. Now it's all electronically. There's a supervisor who schedules and makes sure that it's accurately recorded. That has freed up a lot of time from other staff. The best example I can give is in my department, the financial analyst position. She now has a capacity to assist in other areas, perform bank reconciliations, and help with asset management planning and whatnot. So that's just ActiveNet at the Vollmer Center as more people can register online. There's significant efficiencies, and you know, you don't see them instantly, but the amount of time freed up by staff allowing them to do other things, you know, that helps with the need to hire additional staff to do those. We can utilize existing staff. So it's not, I call it kind of a soft cost savings instead of a hard cost savings. And you know, we've been lucky that we've been able to manage all these projects with the existing staff that we have, but moving forward, there's continued new software that's going to continue to create efficiencies, and there's lots of requests coming down the line. Examples are some new planning software, work order system enhancements, surveillance cameras around town. As you know, there's incidences happening, we can review those cameras. You know, when you catch someone doing something, word spreads quickly, and that's a preventative control from things happening in the future. But you need people to monitor them as issues arise and keep them up to date and upgraded. And then the UKG onboarding module is going to create significant efficiencies moving forward. So rolling out these new software, there's also the maintenance. There's more tickets that occur, and they're going to continue to occur, and we've reached a capacity with the existing staff that we have. Moving forward, also contingency planning, we have a manager, Mr. DiGesu. He's been involved from when we built all these new buildings. He's the creator of our system that we have. There's so much knowledge that he has that would be very difficult to replace were something, if he won the lottery and left the organization. We do have 2 great IS administrator staff who are very knowledgeable, but, if in specific areas, but to have a continuity plan to be able to rely on should something ever happen, it's a very important, I think, a need that we have in the municipality in addition to all the additional workload that we currently have. And then also moving on to the LaSalle Police Services, there is some efficiencies that could potentially be created should we get approval to hire these 2 positions. Currently, there's a consultant who provides those services who's been fantastic. But, there could be some cost savings if we were to take those duties in-house and manage that function. It would all be consistent within the town, and we'd be able to take on that and manage that with the 2 additional positions. So with that being said, there is a cost in there. That cost is the gross cost of the 2 positions. In the police service budget, you'll notice, should this be approved, there is a reduction. The amount that we currently pay for IT services would be reduced and reallocated to help offset some of this additional cost. So I would be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Councillor Carrick.
I'm not sure this is the appropriate time, but I'll just, getting back to the 2 extra positions in IT that we just talked about. So I guess the concern is the hit to the budget. And I know we want to spread stuff out. There's a supervisor and then there's a frontline IT person. So and we're looking to try to find savings. I'm just wondering, is it possible to stretch that out over hire 1 this year and book 1 next year so they're both not into the budget this year? I think that's manageable, given what the report had said. So I'm just throwing that out there right now, and maybe at the end of the sessions, we can discuss it a little further. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're trying to find savings, and I get that it's important, but at the same time, we're still trying to make sure that we can cover all the bases as we go through.
Absolutely. With that being said, we have structured the hiring, hopefully the supervisor position to start, that's an immediate need, and the additional IT frontline staff later on in the year. As I mentioned, we could, I hate to budget for a position partially and then budget for the full year effect the following year. It just pushes it down the line. I think this is probably one of the most significant priorities included in this budget. If we were to make reductions, I would prefer, we'll look at the end, but I truly think that there is a definite need for both of these positions, especially with expanding additional buildings and whatnot, to keep us protected. Cybersecurity is a big, important piece, and it's continually evolving, and we have to educate our staff, not in this room, all staff in the organization, to continue to protect ourselves. I think there is potentially other priorities or other items we could potentially look at before reducing this budget, but we'll look at that at the end when we with our recommendation.
Thank you. So I just, like I said, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I just want to make sure that we're just doing the right thing here. And at the end, we'll make comments again.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you. So
Any
those
other
are
questions before we move on? Good? Okay.
So looking at our capital enhancements, the annual IT allocation, IT is an item in the capital budget where we don't specifically identify items because, if we bulk purchase computers throughout the year, we, sometimes that stuff comes up. So we do have just typically a line item, but as we have more staff utilizing peripherals and technology needs, we're increasing that annual allocation, whether we use it or not. With the server purchase that we're going to be looking at, that a report will be coming to council because that's a significant expenditure. And then, we've also put in a figure in there, $45,000 for phase 1 of security camera review. This is a facility safety initiative. If something does happen at a facility and someone is injured or whatnot, and then it's also You know, if there's damage happening to our property, as I mentioned, this is a way to catch who did it. And you know, once word travels, you catch a couple people, people know there's eyes out there watching, and it really does help prevent, it pays for itself long-term. The cost of additional cameras will definitely prevent property damage from occurring in the future. So with that said, if there's any questions on any of the finance and administrative areas, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, we'll move on to council services.
Okay, so any comments from the department head on the goals and objectives? No, we'll move.
Yeah, I just have one item I wanted to point out for council. The department services review under the 2023 goals and objectives is new from the original presentation that I made back at the beginning of January, and all that entails is us looking at the department to see where our pressures are. I had alluded to some pressures in the form of, you know, our records program and accessibility. So I will be conducting a service review of the department to see how we can move the department forward and what our areas of needs are. So subject to any other questions about anything else listed up there, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, with respect to the budget for council services, there is an increase here in inflationary changes, and that is all related to wages and benefits, and those would be contractual wages and benefits. So no other changes in the budget for council services. Human resources.
Unfortunately, Mr. Hyra is not available this afternoon, so I'll just wing it, which always goes well. But certainly from the, there's a number of areas within HR, a number of initiatives that we're taking forward. It is a growing area as we try to expand our service delivery for mostly internal clients when it comes to this particular area. So there's a few things that certainly the contract negotiations in 2022 have finally been completed late in the year. That was a big goal and a big time vampire for us, but just part of the normal negotiation process that goes through. In terms of goals and objectives for 2023, again, we spoke about those at our previous session, but certainly a lot of employee-centric items and policies that we're putting forward. In terms of the budget, generally a status quo budget. There are two areas on the capital enhancement side. There is going to be an investigation for us to look at a better payroll system which integrates with our current system, and that is the $20,000 item that you see there under the capital enhancement. In terms of the Human Resources Initiative employee engagement, we do want to undertake a town-wide employee engagement survey. We haven't done one of those ever, I don't think. We've done some partial ones along the way, but we've not done an official one. So we have set money aside in previous budgets to be funded through reserves for that particular program. The inflationary changes are just contractual and inflationary changes that we see going forward. So nothing new, so to speak, in the area, just keeping up with what we're doing, with the exception of those two capital projects that we have there. So I'd be available to try to answer any questions that you might have in that area.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, next we have strategy and engagement.
So with strategy and engagement, the goals and objectives we've already talked about, as we talked about prior to this. There is one enhancement of $75,000. That has to do with our strategic initiatives. We've requested that's the annual $75,000 buildup to give us the opportunity to complete projects that meet the goals and objectives tied specifically to the LaSalle Strategic Plan 2050. And eliminating this from the budget would result in some of these projects being delayed or not completed. And just to give you an idea, these strategic initiatives cross all municipal departments. So even though the funds fall under strategy and engagement department, they actually cross all departments. There's projects tied into each, under each goal that cross all departments. Sorry, I lost my spot. So we'll be supporting those projects going forward, including all departments to undertake those. This strategic plan, as a reminder, was updated in 2019. And administration does plan to do another update in 2024-25 during this term of council. And I'm available for any questions if there are any.
Sure, I have one question. Under administrative expenses, you spent roughly $1,200. You were budgeted for 27. I don't know if that can be reduced or not, but it'd be something that I think you maybe should look at. It's minor in the total area, and again, in personal expenses, the same. There may be some savings in those areas for us. If we're not spending it, then I think we've over budget. That's the only comment. You don't need to answer. I'll leave that with you. If you want to answer, fine.
Sure, I just want to say that because it's a brand-new department, last year was our first full year of operating this department and going forward, so we're still finding our way and kind of figuring out exactly where we're moving and what we're doing, so that's why the funds are in there for now.
Okay, next we have planning and development.
Thank you. Just one small point of clarification, actually, that I wanted to bring to council's attention. We've been through the majority of these goals and objectives as part of the orientation session, but subsequent conversations with senior administration, we've been talking a lot more about the importance and the need for the Bouffard secondary plan. And so what we are proposing is to really focus on an appropriate terms of reference and an RFP for that document. We'd been a bit hesitant to move that one through just because we're still waiting on the outcome of the Howard Bouffard Master Drainage Study. And so we wanted to get a better understanding of the design of that ultimate storm outlet and buy-in from the development community before we move forward with the secondary plan exercise. We are sort of nearing completion of that now. At least we're getting a little bit closer. We're having the open house, I believe, number 3 in March. So that gives us the level of comfort that we need to be able to proceed with the secondary plan exercise and start to wrap our heads around the importance of that document as we move forward with the development in that area. At the last orientation session, I also believe Mayor Malash raised a motion to explore the potential of an EA for Sandwich West Parkway. So that, again, is another element that feeds into the development of that document. So with those issues at the forefront, now's the time to really pull the trigger on that RFP for the secondary plan. Thank you.
With respect to the budget for planning and development, the majority of all the changes are inflationary and contractual, and they've actually been offset by raising the departmental revenue for official zoning and application revenue. So wages and benefits and a few other minor increases offset by increases in departmental revenue.
Thank you. Again, most of these goals and objectives we've gone through at council orientation. I'll maybe start by answering Deputy Mayor Akpata's question about road kilometers. We had Amanda take a look at it, and we have in 2 lanes of road, about 414 LaSalle kilometers. Of that, 34 of those are called connecting links. So those are the roads that are ours, but are like in the Malden Town Center or the Front Road Town Center area where the county has a responsibility for the middle 2 lanes of those roads. And then outside of the connecting links, the county has about 52 kilometers of road in LaSalle. And then I think the first enhancement that is in this budget, Ms. Finaro might speak to regarding security.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Good afternoon, Mayor Malash and members of council. The addition of this money for security is to support the security services that we did a pilot project with this past year. in order to better support our staff at the Valmer. We were noticing increases in certain behaviors that were not appropriate. We were having damage to property done, and in some instances, our staff safety was at risk. So we did a pilot project this in the last year. We were able to offset the cost of it by a grant wage subsidy program that we had received, and we're looking to continue on now and budget for that moving forward into the future.
Councillor Beatrice-Spagnola.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Ms. Finaro, have you seen a decrease in vandalism and issues at the Valmer with the security being there? Like, is it something that we should continue this initiative to keep our residents safe at the Valmer and our staff?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we have seen a decrease. We've had a decrease in the number of calls that have gone to police as a result of issues. And just overall, in terms of rule infractions, we've seen a decrease as well by having that person on site.
You said we had received a grant. Is that something that we can apply for again?
Thank you for the question. The grant that we received was not for the security. We did receive a summer student wage subsidy grant. So those funds that we had budgeted for in that area, we were able to use to offset the cost of this. We do apply for that every year, but we don't typically budget. I'll let the finance department speak to that, but we don't typically budget for those grant dollars, but we have been successful in the last number of years in receiving those funds.
Yeah, typically with grants that aren't guaranteed, you know, the OCIF is guaranteed year to year. We budget for those, but when it's not guaranteed and it's application based, we don't typically budget for it. So should we receive some of those part-time staff grants, we could potentially utilize the savings to pay for this.
Okay. I think moving on, the next enhancement that is shown is the trail maintenance. So most of our trails a lot of trails went in about 20 years ago. Most of them are still in pretty good shape, but we do need to start making some more patch and repairs to those trails in various spots. To date, that money would just kind of come out of the parks maintenance budget, which the trails really extend quite a bit outside of the parks themselves. So this is a bit of a start at building a budget to have some money to do some repairs specifically for trail maintenance. And then moving to the next slide. Oh, sorry. You want?
Councillor Reno?
Just a quick question, because it's different from many of the other slides that we've seen. How are we seeing negatives in the inflationary changes when everybody else's departments have gone up by 8 or 10%? How do we get to those?
So thank you for the question. If we go back to the corporate Department of Public Works and all the departments, what we have is, as I mentioned earlier, we had a water and wastewater review and allocation-based review. So we have some revenue that is actually in the corporate Public Works Department. It's actually only showing here $6,100 of inflationary changes. That's about $80,000 in wage changes offset, and some other changes, insurance increases, offset by that new revenue based on a reviewed allocation for water, wastewater, and building. On other departments, we see a higher level increase in roads, and then we start seeing these negatives. With the new software, we've also been able to really drill down on our budgeting for salary, and we're just reallocating some of the costs between departments. So it's a combination of both those two factors.
Okay. I thought Tano and Dale were just punishing me when I saw those negatives up there too, but apparently not. Maybe the next one more. There we go. So some of the capital enhancements, I'll try to pick out the ones that might be kind of new to council because we have talked about some of these before. So I'll start with Pump Station 1, the bypass pump and generator. That is part of the DMAF grant, and that's to install a bypass pump and generator at Pump Station 1. When we see high water levels, we lose our ability to have a gravity emergency overflow. So that is part of that grant, but something that we're looking to tender out this year. The Harmony Lakes Park that's the new park in the development off of Laurier and Mayo. So that would be to put some equipment into that park. That would be funded from development charges. In-ground waste bins are just to add some garbage bins, the permanent style garbage bins along some of the trails. And go to the Huron Church Sandwich West Parkway signals. So that's to install some signals at that intersection. Again, that would be funded primarily from development charges. And then the town center sanitary detailed design. So that was kind of on the heels of the area-specific development charge that we went through in 2022. And this is to start and do the design for all of that work. It's not necessarily all going to be constructed at once, but we would like to get the design kind of in hand for when we need to start our work and have information available for when development, so it's ready for if development comes along, we have the information we need for them to be able to go ahead and available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope.
Good afternoon again. We did review, through orientation, we did review our 2022 and 2023 goals and objectives. In terms of the growth and service level changes, we've requested an additional $50,000 to provide additional community events with the opening of the new event center, and certainly some requests we've had to add additional events for the community. If we were to not have that money, we would continue on with the current existing lineup of events without adding any new ones. And then we've also asked for funding to complete a culture and recreation master plan as discussed during the goals and objectives in orientation.
Members of council, any questions on that? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Ms. Finaro. Had a conversation with a resident at Zares that took a little longer than I wish it had, but it was a good conversation. And one of the things I want to make sure I understand so I can get back to them is proposed revenue for the things that we're doing. From my perspective, where would you say we are? Is it too early to start to anticipate income for that facility if it's something that we're going to do? Just so that I can take it back to this resident so that they understand, as you said, early start, moving forward, where we're going to go.
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, you're speaking about the event center revenue?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say it probably is too early. We are definitely seeing an interest, and we continue to respond to requests for tours and questions from the public, as well as continuing to plan for ways to expose people to the event center. We were quite successful prior to Christmas, as you're aware, with the events that we were able to hold in late November and December. We had, we estimate around 7,000 people that came through the facility. So there certainly is interest, and we will continue to work towards filling the space as often as possible.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Riccio-Spignolo?
Thank you, through you to Ms. Finaro. Have we been exploring any of the options of, just to offset some of our own expenses of naming rights at the facility when it comes to not the actual building itself, but like rooms of the building, or sorry, rooms inside the building? As well as another question that I had is, I'm at the Volmer pretty much every weekend, and I noticed that we do have some of those, the seats that have some names on them. I know that was a campaign that was started back in 2012, I believe. Is that something we would explore again? Because I do see that there is a lot of interest. I've had a lot of people who would likely want to purchase their own little, chair with their name on it. Is that something that we can explore and do a naming campaign?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we do still sell the naming rights to the seats, but just to clarify with those, while you can purchase that and have your name on a seat, it doesn't, in terms of the Vipers games or those types of things, it's not your seat to sit at, but we certainly do sell those. We don't have very many requests that I'm aware of at the moment, but certainly in terms of the naming rights, I will look to, Mr. Militia.
It's a valid question. We haven't had a chance to think about that just yet, and that's, we're turning, at the moment, we were turning our minds to renovating the facility and getting it up and running. I think one of the things that we're challenged with right now with respect to that is the naming of the entire parcel or the entire park, which we're hoping to do as part of the upcoming council meeting. Once that gets set, we will start to investigate what can be named and what is appropriate to be named, and then come back to council with a listing, if you will, of what we think is available to be named. You know, some of it's going to be, it might be the entire building, it might be rooms within the building, it might also be amenities on the site as well.
Okay, just to follow up, the reason why I bring that up is for the naming rights for the benches, or the seats, I should say, at the Valmer. I totally understand that it's not your seat. But I think that if we can explore that, because I think you'll be surprised on the interest that you will receive. Just from my own network and people that I know, there has been some interest, and I was told that seats were $250. I don't know if that has increased over the years, which I'm sure it has. But I think you will be pleasantly surprised on the interest. So maybe down the road, we can explore a campaign for that. And our social media, and that can really enhance some interest as well. Just my thought.
I think it's a great idea, actually, because I've had people reach out about trees and benches and things throughout the town, so it may be something for us to consider doing some sort of a campaign for the entire town, saying, you know, these are the things that you could purchase or, you know, have in memory of someone or something. So I know we've done it before, and it kind of, after a little bit, it kind of dies down and the interest isn't there, but maybe it's time to renew that and see if there's interest again in the community. Okay, no other questions? No? All right.
All right, good afternoon. As far as the goals and objectives go, we did cover those, save and accept the update on the recommendations for the fire master plan. So just for a quick recap, there were a total of 46 recommendations that came as part of that master plan. 12 of those were ones that required council approval, and 34 of those were operational recommendations. So just to give you a quick update, 6 of the council recommendations have been completed and 1 is currently in progress. This one is going to be in this status for quite a long time, because the one that we're working on is the expansion of the fire service, the number of firehouses that we have. So that one will be in progress for the next 10 years or so. So we do have 5 in the queue. And with respect to the operational ones, 16 have been completed, 7 are currently in progress, with 11 in the queue. So in summary, 22 are complete, 8 are underway, and 16 are left to accomplish. So we'll be working diligently at those this year. With respect to the budget, the growth and service level changes, that $225,000 is tied directly into the fire service master plan buildup. And the capital enhancements, the first one there is the substation on Front Road, and that $9 million is an estimate that we have from the architectural consultant. And the land purchase for the third station, that $1 million is a placeholder. Obviously, it'd be great if we came in under that, but it's better to budget high than low, so that's the number for that.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Chief, with the comments you just made, the dollars that are allocated for the substation, have we taken into account inflation in those dollars? Is that the most up-to-date dollars, or is it something that we're going to have to come back and readjust, sir?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Mayor. That is a current construction estimate based on current construction practices. Again, we're working diligently to get that project designed and out for tender soon, so we can capture and really confirm some of that stuff. So as we get a little bit further along in the design, we keep on continuously revisit this estimate. So we will get back to council should this become problematic, and ultimately, when we tender, we'll be back to council for a final award to give an update on where we're at.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Just with respect to the police service, again, our core responsibilities are up there with things that we're looking for the future here, trends and issues, obviously, talking about planning ahead and what our HR plan is going forward. And certainly, I just want to speak a bit to the relationship that our service now has with our board and making sure that we both align with where we believe our police service should be going for the future. And it's been a very positive working relationship. At our board meeting, I believe it was on November the 14th, they did, the board unanimously passed our budget for 2023. And so we're looking for council to endorse that budget going forward, which calls for, on the next page, if they could there, please, just calls for $366,000 for inflationary changes. Again, just looking back on 2022, there was a complete revamp of our collective agreements, a collaboration between the board, myself, Human Resources, the CAO, and trying to come up with a game plan going forward that meets the needs of our service, and matching what our current practice is along with current language. And so that resulted in 2 collective agreements that are going to serve us well into the future. So that inflationary change does take into account some of the changes that were there. There is obviously some increases for officers, but there's also give and take. So it was, again, a collaborative effort that we were able to successfully get through. As far as growth and service level changes, the $204,000, that is for 2 new constables. In my vision going forward with the board back in 2021, we did talk about where we would see ourselves over the next 3 years. That included 2 new constables for 2022, and 2 new constables for 2023, as well as a 5th constable for 2024. So that game plan is still on track. That's where we plan on going, continuing forward for that. Some new things that have come up this over the past, looking back at our numbers, and just with respect to grant applications, our service has applied for several grants, one of which is the Community Safety and Policing Grant. That allowed us to siphon off, basically take an officer from our front line and put them into our Coast unit, which is our mental health support unit, as well as another officer into our traffic enforcement unit. Our service, our board, our community, our council, we've all identified those as priorities for our service, and certainly we wanted to give that the attention it deserved. And those are full-time positions occupied by seasoned officers. And as a result of taking from our community patrol people, we have to backfill. And that's the purpose of why we're looking to increase our strength backfill the community patrol area. When an officer starts within our service, they always start on a frontline position. And those that are experienced and more seasoned would move into more specialty areas. And our new organizational chart for our service does include a bolstering of our criminal investigations, as I spoke to in the past, as well as our special services. And just as a comparator, I know it's not in the presentation here, but just to give you an example of what's actually occurring in communities similar to our size throughout the province, we have approximately 14 communities that police a population of between 10,000 and 50,000 outside of OPP. And as it stands right now, they run at a population of police officer of 1 to 640. As of 2021, we were running at 1 to 970. So we are way behind the 8 ball. We're catching up. We got a good game plan going forward, so it's actually getting us back on track. For us to even be average, if the police service was to go to that average amount, we would need to hire 16 new officers to bring us up to where we need to be, just to be average with the other services in our province. So again, the game plan that we have going forward, it makes sense, and the board has also endorsed it. So I'm looking for council to approve our budget going forward for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Desjardins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The 2 additional, are those the 2 young men we have at OPC right now, or is this 2 more?
No, those are the 2 that are at OPC undergoing training. When it comes to policing, it's about a year-long project. So we actually started the recruiting process back in the summer of last year, And once we identified candidates for the position, we decided this past year to hire as cadets instead of constables. And the reason for that is we needed assurance that they pass the police college before we promote them on. So subject to the budget being approved, then I'd be looking to promote them to constable, and then they would undergo their frontline training with their coach officer and be ready for patrol for the summer.
Any other questions? Thank you.
So that brings us to the, what we call the non-departmental budget components, and these include components such as the Conservation Authority, emergency measures, winter control, our salt purchases, things of that nature, crossing guards, and garbage collection. I mentioned garbage collection last because that is the most significant component of the inflationary changes. We've already discussed that at $200,000 this year, 207, and another $20,000 for garbage disposal and inflationary changes. The one service level change was mentioned earlier. I'll just point out that's in relation to organic collection in the amount of $100,000.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the leadership team, perhaps Mr. Mara. For those who are watching who don't or are not aware of what's happening with organics, sir, can you summarize why that money is being put aside and so they can better understand some of the challenges that the municipality is going to face?
I can take that. So last year, it was brought to our attention that there is some new legislation out that by the year 2025, depending on the size of your municipality, there's a requirement to reduce the amount of organics being put into the regional landfill. And that's been being investigated on a county-wide level. Some municipalities in the region are exempt. Some actually, an option is to require a local, I guess, organics distribution center, which would be, and then the other option is a curbside pickup option. And it was discussed at the county level, and I think the decision was made to investigate moving forward with the regional garbage collection. If we have our own depot, it creates its own issues with regards to, smell. All households would be expected to drive over to this depot with their garbage and unload it. Easier said than done. I think most people would probably continue to put it into their garbage containers. And then also, the Essex-Windsor Solid Waste Authority, the regional landfills are required to report on the reduction, and there's a calculation based on population and the weight of garbage going into there on how much will be reduced, and there's a requirement to reduce it a certain percentage. So, the county level, it's been decided that the best option to investigate would be curbside collection, and this legislation is out of the town's control. The estimated cost from probably 2 years ago was $850,000 approximately, between, I don't know, $600,000, depending on which option of the curbside collection's chosen. That's before all this inflation's hit, so I would expect it to be probably north of $1 million. And since we found this out, it is time to start putting away money as we do for everything. When we find out there's a cost coming, we start planning for it accordingly and building up the funds to pay for it, so that when 2025 comes, we don't have $1 million hit to our budget just for that, which is 2.5%. So we're gonna build that up. It's a start. $100,000 is a small piece of this giant puzzle, but we're gonna start building up our funding, and then hopefully by 2025 we're pretty close to having the funds put away to pay for this initiative.
So a supplemental, Your Worship. So just to make sure I understand, mandatory, provincially legislated, and we're being proactive in putting the money aside because, as you said, it's going to be spent in years coming, and we want to reduce the impact of that hit that you just described?
That's correct.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other questions? I do have two on page 176 of the budget. The first question I have is concerning the alley closing program. and I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. So we approved last year 68,000, but it looks like our actuals were just shy of 12,000. Is that normal, to be expected? Should we be adjusting that line item? Because I see we're putting 68,000 in again this year, unless I'm reading this wrong. Page 176, right at the top.
So my understanding, and looking over to the Director of Planning, if she'd like to answer, but there's a delay in the process, so, and I'll just transfer it over to her.
Yeah, it is a bit of a unique process because there's quite a time lag associated with when the file gets opened and when it gets closed, because we have to correspond back with the residents to determine if they're interested in their portion of the alley. And we'll wait quite some time to hear back from all of them. And then we have to engage the surveyor to go out and set the bars and create a number of parts. And then there's a process that gets undertaken with the registry office, and that plan has to get deposited. So depending on the nature of the alley, you know, some alleys have, 4 or 5 different parts that need to be conveyed. Some have, anywhere from 12 to 20 parts. So it's a bit odd that way, and I think as a result, some of the costs get accrued in the next budgetary year.
And I understand we're kind of all over the place with this bylaw. I'm actually not even sure where we sit with it right now, to be quite honest with you. Should we be having a cost to the municipality? I thought we were trying to find a way that this wasn't going to be a cost on us when disposing of alleys. Is that?
I think we've gone around the horn a couple of times on alleys. I think that the current policy is that residents or property owners are allowed to petition, if you will, the town to close the alley behind their home and purchase it for a nominal fee. And I think the fee is $250 or $350, $400, $300? $300. That is nowhere near the cost of the actual process to close the alley. In fact, I don't even think it covers the actual strict legal registration costs that we have. So we have certainly, the surveyor cost that's on top of that, along with all of our staff time that is not included in that number. So the policy is that we establish a number in the budget in terms of what we believe the costs will be, and we do as many alleys as that will fund annually, with the hopes that over 15 years or 20 years, we'll eliminate all the alleys in town. That's, I think, a summary of where we're at right now. I looked to Ms. Beggs and Mr. Dedalt as the key holders to the policy.
I think that's an accurate representation of the program. There's an alley program, and Mr. Militia is correct. It's $350 per resident who's seeking to get their portion of the alley. So we have the budget that we have, and we accomplish however many closures we can within that budget that we're allotted.
Okay, thank you. I thought we discussed this in the past year about making changes to that policy again and that fee, because we did all agree that that $350 was not working.
So if I can jump in on that, the initial fee was $200 and we went up to $350, so that was the increase. It's still well below. Where we charge fair market value or some square foot dollar figures, those are the ones that are either expedited alleys that don't go in the program, or ones that don't fit in the program, i.e. like it's for development purposes. So that's where we'll have full cost recovery on those ones. But the program itself that we have in effect is as described so far.
So my question would be, and I know our goal was to close as many alleys as we can and hopefully be done with this program. Originally, I think it was said like 10 years, but that was like 10 years ago. So I'm not sure that worked for us. However, does this make sense any longer how we're doing this program? Are we taking on too much of a cost the way it is? Might be for another day, but just something I think we may need to look at.
Yeah, I'm told that we closed a total of 7 alleys in 2022 through the program. So, I mean, I know there's a large number of alleys in our municipality. So if we want to do more than that,
we'll probably need more money in the budget,
Or we increase the fee.
or we increase the fee, yes.
If I could just jump in on that. When we brought this in 4 years ago with like Mr. Miller and myself, we were kind of spearheaded that at the time. And the survey costs since that, it's, I think, almost doubled. So where we thought we could do 15 a year, that number is now 7 or 8, and it's almost strictly driven by that dollar figure.
Thank you. Mr. Mara, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to kind of go back a bit through the history. So we used to be a full compensation for alley closings at one point in time. That became problematic when we started to divvy that up amongst people and forcing people to be part of this. Through council's direction, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, a new program was put in place, and that's the program that you see today. It has been through a number of iterations along the way. So today we are sitting here with a policy, and certainly it will be council's direction on how they want to continue that policy. I know we owe a updated policy back to council at some point in time in this coming year, so that will be coming forth to council. But it's a bit of an iteration of where we were to where we are today, and where council wants to see this program go.
Thank you. Councillor Burns.
Can I get a cost of the 7 alleys that you closed? What is the cost to the town for those 7 alleys, approximately? Is it $3,000 a lot? Is it $5,000 a lot? Is it $2,500 a lot?
I can speak to only like at a cumulative level, where we basically, I believe the cost spent would be around 70,000, and we took in about 20,000 in terms of the fees received. So it nets out to about 50, which I think is what the budget is, and that's how we. So it does come at a cost to the town. We're subsidizing the transfers to get the property and any of the potential legal ramifications if somebody were to get injured on town property that's using town property. That's the purposes to why we brought this policy into place. So we are operating at a loss. We're subsidizing these sales through the cost of the reference plan, the legal fees, and those and staff time.
Follow-up, so basically $6,500 a lot. You had 7, just give a round number, we're subsidizing. Even if it's 5, it's far too much.
No, so yeah, sorry, just to clarify, when we say 7 alleys, each alley could have between 5 and 15 transfers within. So that number is, that's not 5,000 to 7,000 per lot, that's per alley in general.
Could we, coming forward, please? Thank you.
Okay. Real quick, Mr. Langlois, and then we'll go to Mr. Herrick.
Just looking at the actual costs at the end of the year, I know the budget document in here, because of the timing of when it was prepared, it had $12,000, but at the end of the year, it's right on $68,000 almost.
Thank you. Councillor Carrick?
So I kind of agree with our mayor. The original intent was to limit liability on town property, and that's why we brought this forward, and I get that. But I think it may be time that we could revamp looking at the whole policy, and as the deputy CAO had said, that a new policy is going to come forward without losing the fact that it still is a liability to us, and we want to move as many as we can. And the process made it a little easier than I understand in the past, when people would come before council. Other than a couple instances, the majority of them would come before council and argue that the lot lines and this and that and all that stuff before we had this policy. Even though we had that a couple of times, but I think that limited some of the more the nastiness for the most part. So again, I agree with coming forward with a new policy and some options to look at if that's possible. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Could we just get a motion for the report?
Motion to bring a new report back to council, please.
Okay, and support by Councillor Desjardins. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And my only other question I had, we didn't expect the last one to go so long, was program services was $319,000 as of November 30th with our budget with $557,000. What exactly is program services?
Those are transit payments to the operator. program services under transit, 319,000.
Those would be the fees that we pay to Transit Windsor to operate up to the end of November.
Thank you. Any other questions on non-departmental? Okay.
So that brings us to a summary of the budget. In summary, the budget, as discussed today, proposed budget is $43.1 million. It's a proposed municipal tax rate increase of 5.25%. The average residential bill for municipal portion would be $26.42, and that would be an increase of $11 a month. The 5.25 proposed budget increase would bring the overall tax rate to 4.33 when you're including the county and education share. And we are available for any further questions.
No, just that kind of concludes the departmental budget presentations. And, just want to reiterate some of the item, high level. The census data, stats don't lie. LaSalle's a high demand place to live. The services, there's high demand for our levels of service. It shows. And, with the inflation this year, a 5.25% increase. Inflation is CPI, and I talked about the non-residential consumer price index, which is the infrastructure costs. So when you factor that in as well, we're significantly lower than inflation while accomplishing a lot of goals and continuing to work towards the items included in our strategic plan. As we went through the departmental budgets, there really is not a lot of asks other than inflation. There's some service level enhancements, which council's aware of, some of the master plans that we're building towards the waterfront and whatnot. There's nothing in addition to those asks. We've spoken a lot with the departments at the department head level and throughout the organization. There really has not been a lot coming forward that council's not aware of. And we'd be happy to answer any questions overall. And if there isn't any, I think it's a point in time where we look to council's direction, where we'd like to move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Militia.
So if I understand it correctly, again, from going back to kind of the introductory slides in terms of the process that we would follow, thus far, I think the one item that we have heard some commentary on is council, again, council would like us to look at the timing of the additions of the IT staff that have been in the budget. So we will take that back and look at that as to how we can best accommodate that. So that is the only item that we've heard any kind of commentary on. So at this point then, we would look towards some direction from council with respect to what a target rate would be. And again, we do want to highlight that we have again, unfortunately, in our municipal world, the numbers or two different rates are generally spoken of. One is the municipal rate and one is the overall rate. So as Mr. Farrow has indicated, the current budget as proposed has a municipal rate of 5.25% with an overall rate of 4.33%. So whenever council is speaking about what rate they'd like to get to, please, if you can be specific as if you're talking about the municipal rate, which will be combined with the overall rate being what a average residential ratepayer will see on their tax bill from one year to the next. So if we can be specific on that, just so that we're working towards the same, so when we come back with a report, we're going to answer the question that you asked as opposed to another question that you may not have asked.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to allow members of council each the opportunity to discuss the budget. If there's questions about anything we've reviewed today, or questions about any of the line items, the slides from the open house, you name it, now's the chance to discuss those things. And then at the end, if we can get a motion for what we believe our target municipal rate should be as well, we can get an overall then once we have that number. So I'll open it up. Councillor Reno, do you want to start?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, it's hard this year, and I think most people understand that with inflation, it's really put a big kink in the way we've run our budgets. We've been very fortunate for many years to see zeros and ones and things like that in our numbers, and this is just far from it. So it's a big sticker shock to the community. And, you know, before we just say there's nothing we can do, there have been other municipalities that have caught some media attention by being able to find a few things to wiggle their numbers down a little bit. I personally would like to see it below 5% as a municipal rate. We're looking at probably about $100,000 in savings. I don't see a lot of opportunity in the numbers that we're presented with, other than I believe it was mentioned in the presentation that the waterfront buildup last year was 400,000. Am I correct?
300,000. We reduced it from 4.
So it was reduced last year from 4 to 3, and now we've gone back up to 5. I would suggest that that might be an area we could look at for some potential savings. I don't see a lot of other areas that would give us, I mean, you know, to save $10,000 in a council initiative or something is pennies, where something like that would see the kind of change that a lot of people are looking for, looking to us to try to administer. And I know it kind of goes against, you know, some of the things that we would all like that waterfront done faster, and that's what these buildups are for. But I would suggest that when MPAC reassesses in a few years and things are a little easier to understand in the community, might be a time to reevaluate that number. And I just think personally that is about the only thing I saw in there. You know, inflation has just kicked everybody, and I just think that we want to put our best foot forward, but at the same time, the future of the municipality is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Go in line, Councillor DeSharley.
Thank you. Through you, we might as well just go down the line. Basically, my thought process is the same as Councillor Reno. I'd like to see it under 5. I think about the only place we can delete some money is what we're doing at the waterfront. I'm not sure that we need to build another park. We have a lot of parks. We do well with those, so that's a little bit of money. There's nothing major that we can cut back on. We have our contracts that we have to abide by. We have fuel that we have to put in vehicles, whether it's diesel, whether it's gas. We have to pay employees. They have contracts. We can't do anything about any of those changes. I don't know where else we can wiggle it down. I really don't. I know that we've all been studying, you know, like 320 pages for the last 3 weeks, trying to find something. And I think personally that all of our department heads, our managers, our supervisors have done an amazing job of looking at what we have and where we need to go and keeping things as tight as possible. But I'd like to see us just be able to wiggle it down just a little bit under 5. That's where I'm at right now. And, talking about the IT people, if we can just do one now and one later, I think that's good. And I'd like to see the supervisor come in first and then bring the IS person in later.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to echo my my colleague's comments. Again, to the number that she spoke to, I agree. And again, bringing one IT person on. The one thing I would ask for an IT person is understanding the importance of the cyber posture of the municipality. And I say this not to bring anything to us, but if we look at what happened to a large American institution in the United States who was unprepared, and the $51,000 ransom turned into $11 million US. So again, as my colleague had said, I understand why the supervisor can come in. I would just ask that as they come in and acclimatize themselves to the responsibilities of the IT infrastructure and work with the current staff, that they undertake some of the parts of the cybersecurity engagement. with the understanding that our cyber posture is critical to the survival of the municipality. Whether it's our lights staying green and turning red in order, or the buildings opening up, or keeping the personally protected information of all of the taxpayers in our systems, we can't be that municipality that makes any untoward incidents happen because we didn't look to the other municipalities in the province of Ontario that have had untoward circumstances happen. So as my colleague has said, if we can keep our rate below 5 and bring, and I'm comfortable with whatever this IT person is called, I want them to focus on cybersecurity, and I want them to understand so that when Mr. DeJesus wins the 649 and skips happily out the door and gives me a little bit as well, that we've got someone who can fill his competent shoes so the municipality is not put offside. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Riccio Spagnolo.
Okay, thank you through you. So I echo my colleagues as well. I would like to be under 5. There really isn't much wiggle room. I know we have a little bit of savings on the defibrillators that were listed on the in the budget, because now we don't need that $30,000 because we are now able to have batteries. So that is now eliminated, correct? That's right.
That's correct, under the
Just wanted
capital
to make sure I
budget.
was right. So we do have a little bit of, savings there, but sadly, inflation is real. We're all feeling it. We see it when we go to the grocery store, fill up your gas tank. So when you're running a big municipality like this, I think our residents may not understand at this time, but are going to realize that we do have to increase and have a tax increase, but I would like to see it below 5. When it comes to the IT, at the first time when I read it in the budget, I was against it, but I also know how real cyber security is and the incidents that have been going on at university and other organizations, and they've been tampered with. So at this time, I think I will, for me personally, I have no problem agreeing to have both of them, only because of the fact that it's important to protect our residents, their safety, as well as any financial things that the town has on our networks and our drives and things like that. So when it comes to that, the other notes that I did have was, yeah, I think that was pretty much it that I had to say for that. But I would like to see it below 5%.
Thank you. Councillor Carrick.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm a little different mind. I think I'd like to see it a little lower than under 5%. I think that just going out there and the costs, and I get the town has costs. I get all that. But also there is tremendous amount of pressures on the people out there, and it's unfortunate that we are the front line. The province and the feds don't get the flack we get. And I've been chased around many times in the last month or so over how we're going to go about doing this. So I would have no problem, definitely one IT person this year, one IT person next year, understanding what we said, and we lived it through IRCA. There was the attack, and there was a loss there. And I think one full-time person would help the police department as well, and there would still be some leftover time for us to utilize that person. I also think that we could look at some reserve contributions and whittle it down a little better than under 5. That's my personal opinion, but I won't be a holdout. But I will say that I would much rather see it a little lower than just under 5 than, without giving you an exact number, and I'd like to see at least an option or two. And if that's not satisfactory, then that's fine too. But at the same time, I'd like it to be a little lower than that. And I think these times are tough for everybody, and not only the municipality, but for the people, especially areas here that don't live in those $1 million homes, that don't have high incomes. We have quite a pocket still that have some lower incomes that are in fixed budgets that just can't afford serious increases. And I think that's a reasonable ask, and it's not personal. It's just about what we're dealing with out there in the economy right now. So thanks for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Burns.
Well, I certainly won't support anything over 3 to 3.5%. I've heard it loud and clear going door to door. I think we have to look at the retirees that don't have that money, and I understand that we're all part of the inflation part. If we come in at 4.5, we are part of the problem with inflation. And that's what I've heard that at door to door. I've heard that at outings, and I've had several calls on that. So I'm probably going to be the holdout, but I think rather than give a specific number to administration, I believe they should look at it and bring us back with what a lot of taxpayers are saying. And in my pamphlet, it puts taxpayers first, and that's what I intend to do. And again, it's nothing against anyone in this room. I know you've presented a very good budget. I thought when I first looked at it, probably 2.5, but I can't find that amount of savings. There are little bits here, little bits there, but, you know, taking from the stabilization fund, deferring what administration feels they can defer would help towards those goals. And at the end of the day, we'll see what they come back with. And I know it's challenging, and I thank you for your input. It's been very professional. And I know you will have a challenge to get there. But thank you for allowing me to say what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and suggestions. And I think before we get into any of the actual numbers, I do want to thank everyone here today. And I want to also thank you for the open house session that we were able to have last week. It was the first time we've ever given the public the opportunity to come meet us face to face, to talk about the budget, to ask council questions, but also talk to the experts and administration and really understand the budget. And even though it wasn't a huge turnout, we still did have residents come and share their concerns, but if anything, they all left with a better understanding of how our budget works and why 5.25 was suggested. And I think that's the hardest thing for all of us this year is when you look at the 5.25, you guys are looking at 4.67 million in the proposed change, correct? 2.792 of that proposal is inflationary. It's contractual. It's things that we can't change. And if we want to go lower, then we're changing our services. And I didn't have to campaign, but I got a chance to talk to a lot of our residents this year, and I can tell you that's what they love about the town of LaSalle. They love about are the services we offer, the events that we hold, the facilities that we have. And if we're going to look at reducing this budget below 3%, below 4% even, we have to now change our services. So before we decide on a number, we have to decide, are we willing to do that? Are we willing to look at how we change garbage collection? Are we looking at changing how we operate snow removal, anything like that? Because that's what we're truly looking at if we want to get under 4%. This was an extremely tough budget. We went through every item over and over again. 1% is 400,000. I can't find 400,000. I've tried. And whether that means we have to reduce the amount we put in reserves, the amount we take from tax stabilization, even though we know that money is going to be needed to help offset the garbage over the next few years, I'm not sure if we can do what some of the residents are asking us to do. I think our residents as a whole are very happy with the way our municipality is run and the direction that we're going in. And I think we have to look at this budget and, yes, do what we can to help our residents, but at the same time realize we're representing almost 35,000 people, and we have to do what's best for 35,000 people. And personally, yes, I want this reduced under 5. 4.5 would be great if we could get closer to that number. But I'm going to leave that to council to put up a recommendation and see where we go from there. I don't want to tell administration where to take the money from because I don't believe that's my job. I think that we hire you for a reason. You're the professionals. You know where we can take money from without it affecting us or where the money definitely needs to go. Speaking of IT, we know, that is a security issue that we have to be very cautious of. So that's where I look at this budget. I do want to help our residents. I do want to, lower this as much as we possibly can, but I think we all have to realize that there's not much to this budget. There's not much we can get rid of, and unless we're willing to change our services, then we have to really look hard at the number that we want to put forward. So that's all I have. Again, I just want to thank everybody for your time and your effort, and I'm going to turn it back to council. So if anyone has a recommendation, that's what I'm looking for at this time. Deputy Mayor?
I just want to follow up on what you said, Your Worship. One of the things that I'm going to, if I can ask, again, as Her Worship has indicated, the services that we provide, again, much the same way, I've heard crystal clear that there's things that people want, and that's what we provide. So whether it's snow removal, whether it's garbage, whether it's things of that nature, and I realize that the team here has sharpened their pencils and are going to come back with a number that we can live in. But again, I am not prepared to say that we're not going to do X, Y, or Z. People move to LaSalle, as we've put, because of the things that we distinguish ourselves about. I know, as Her Worship has said, that the decisions that are being made now are difficult and are tough. But I don't want to see us decimate, take away from what we provide that makes us the shining jewel in Essex County. Right? So if there is a way that a number of different dollar values can come without the public-facing services side being touched. And what I mean is this, whether it's snow removal, whether it's water, whether it's wastewater, whether it's the Volmer, if there's a way, and again, Her Worship has indicated reserves, that's fine. But I also understand that I don't want to be the one who kicks the can down the road. Because as our colleagues have said, just with garbage, just with organics, the dollar values that are coming to us, we're going to be here next year. And as Mr. Langlaws has indicated, $1 million for organics, sir, if I look at my notes correctly, proposed potentially, it's going to only get more difficult. And with the different provincial things that are happening, and if I can use the term, the downloading from provincial responsibilities dollar-wise to the municipality, whether it's environmental, whether it's garbage, whether it's recycling, we've got to make a tough choice now. And again, to support Her Worship, I don't want to see a reduction in services. So I realize that this is kind of, if this is the politician-y kind of response, then I'm sorry, but I think it's to the team. If we can keep the level of services that we have now and reduce the dollar value, and I'll take Her Worship, and again, much to Her Worship's point, without affecting externally facing services is a criteria that I'd like to see. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Milstead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to all the members of council. Again, part of this process is that we as administration put together a budget, and again, I would suggest to you that the budget that we put together is a fair budget. We also understand that there is an economic impact to that, and there's also a political impact to that. So we understand that side of it. I would also say that, to your point, Deputy Mayor, we can look at some items in which the front-facing services do not get affected. The challenges with that are that a lot of our planning for services or works that are done 5 years from now are in this budget. And so while we can do that for immediately, the front-facing service of 3 to 5 years from now may get affected. And so those are some things that we will take back and review with the comments made from members of council. I would caution on the IT support for the obvious reasons. Again, both from a cybersecurity perspective, but also from, we challenged the management team to do more. And one of the responses we hear back from the management team is, if we could get this piece of software, we don't have to hire this, or we don't need to put hours towards that. And so that's part of that challenge of that balance of how do we manage that process. But hearing, again, if I'm hearing all members of council, and again, I don't want to necessarily suggest what a resolution might be. However, it feels like I'm buying a car and negotiating against myself. But in reality, most members of council have said they would prefer a number under 5. We've had some that have said even further than just below under 5. So if administration would be prepared to commit to come back to members of council at the next council meeting, so not the 14th, but probably the 28th, I'm going to suggest just how our agendas flow, that we will come back with a budget in a range that will fall within the range of 4.5% to 5%. And then that way it gives us some flexibility to go in and find those things that perhaps aren't as forward-facing, and come back to and present a budget back to council, a revised budget back to council based on that direction, if that's appropriate. If you think that's not appropriate, then certainly don't take my words for it. These have to be your words. But if council is prepared to give us that direction to prepare a budget which does not affect forward-facing services today, however, is within a tax rate range of 4.5% to 5%, we will endeavor to do that and come back with a report back to council that identifies where the cuts are and what the impacts of those cuts are, just so that council is aware, we cut here, this is what the impact will be. So I would just, that again, from administration's perspective, we're prepared to do that, but obviously this would be open to council's interpretation.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. If we were to reduce the rate to 4.5% municipal, what would the overall be?
I actually have that little chart that Mr. Farrow created on these different instances. That would be an overall rate of 3.88%.
Thank you very much. Members, council, which direction would you, Councillor Carrick?
So again, we're all under 5. I'm okay with that. If they landed somewhere between 4.5 and 4.75, 4.5, I'm okay with that too. I don't know that we need to prolong an extra couple weeks. That's my opinion. I'm okay with us. Or something.
So, yeah, we'd have to, just because of our timeline for our council meetings, because the agenda is already out for the next one, it has to be delayed till
right.
the one after that.
So what I'm saying is then if we make that decision then, it'll be another 2 weeks after that, is what I'm thinking. So that's a month away. So I would be okay just to pull the trigger now on something.
So you would then propose an actual rate, not a...
Your worship, we've all made our comments, we all understand where we're at. Whether it's 1/4% or not, we can hash that out right now, as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to have to wait another 2 weeks on top of the 2 weeks to bring something forward if it's over 1/4%. So, I mean, I would even be willing, I like your idea of 4.5, but if the rest of the council is not comfortable with that, I can settle on 4.75, even 4.8 now, or whatever. As long as it doesn't go over our municipal rate of 4, it's 3.88, right? So if we can get it to 3.99 or whatever that might be, I'm comfortable with that. I just don't want to have to come back 2 weeks and 2 weeks again. That's my personal opinion. Yep. I think we can do it now. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Okay, I appreciate that. Councillor Rena.
I think the more important thing, it's not what we're comfortable with. It's to set out a number right now, say magic number 4.5, we don't know what is going to have to be cut to get to there. I need to hear that now before I can support any motion for any number. I need to know what has to go. And as was brought up by the Deputy Mayor, we don't want to see any of our current services cut with that number. So I need to see what the options are before I can vote on a number like that.
So at the same time, I get it. They're not going to cut services for what we're asking for. It'll come out of somewhere else because we've already told them not to cut services. So unless they want to backpedal some for an extra time. So that's just my opinion, and it's not that I'm belittling anything. It's just the fact that I would like to see us move to a resolution. And but if not, that's okay too.
Okay, I think I understand what you guys are asking for. I don't think we can ask administration to be sitting here today telling us exactly what's being removed. I think that's a conversation that they would need to have. I mean, yes, we can remove from waterfront. Could we use tax stabilization? I don't know if now's the time to use that or not. But I don't know if we could sit here today and say to them, tell us what's being removed. I think we can propose a rate. It's going to have to come back to us either way, I believe. And at that time, I think that report could come with what was removed.
Correct. Again, what we would be looking for today from council is either a range to work with, and that's why I indicated that 4.5 to 5 range. If it has to be 4.5 to 4 3/4, whatever that rate is, we can work with that. And then, but we would not be able to tell you today, this is where the cuts would be. we would have to come back to you and say, working towards that direction, this is where we believe the cuts will be. And then from that perspective, knowing that council's wish is not to cut any services from that perspective. So either, whether it's a range or a number, we can work towards it and then give you the impact of that at the meeting on the 28th, I believe. If that's the right date.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, so just to make sure I understand, they're going to come back, and we're going to see a number. If that is the case, then what I'd also like to see, just to add a little bit more icing on the cake, is to my colleague, Mr. Burns's point. If we've said that we're not going to cut forward-pacing services, to reach a number that my colleague has indicated, I'd like to know what we'd have to change as well. And I realize that this everyone might be going, are you kidding me? Mike, just stick to your lane. But my colleague brought up a good point, and I just want to make sure that his point is at least addressed. If you're going to do the lines, is it possible to reach, as the CAO said, between what Mr. Burns has proposed and what everybody else has proposed, so that we can see if his proposition is feasible, if there's appetite for it, but not to exclude it, because if you're going to go back, at least let's do the exercise wholesome so the municipality and the residents can see. Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Militia?
While that would be more difficult than you think it is, and only from the perspective that in order to get to the numbers that Councillor Burns has spoken about, we would need to significantly look at services at that point. And at that point, I think that becomes a larger conversation over what services do you want to look at. So it could be A, B, C, D, or E. I may say A, B, C, but you may say X, Y, Z. And so it becomes, we can give you what would be required, that we can give you to get to that number. But in terms of what cuts could happen in order to get that number, though that would be another discussion of council, because I can assure you to get to that number, we would need to look at service levels, and then it becomes a question of, do you want to do less of this, or do you want to, so that's the unfortunate part about where that open-ended request.
Thank you. Quick question on that, Mr. Longo. If we looked at that great slide that we had at the open house with the proposed budget summary of changes, your inflationary subtotal is 2.792 that's of the 5.25%, correct?
That's correct.
What percent is that? So this is just saying we didn't do any growth, any service level change, no police change. What would that rate be, just that?
Just the inflationary is 7%, because we're not taking into the growth component, on the revenue side. So every 1% is $407,000.
Right.
So, if we were to reduce so just another figure, if we wanted to get the overall rate under 4%, we would have to find $223,000 to get the overall rate under 4%.
Under 4%. If we wanted to go with 4.5% municipal overall, 3.88.
It'd be a 4.7% municipal tax rate would get us to a 4.4% overall tax rate.
4.7. And that was how much, sorry? In 300?
225,000 to get us on the overall under 4%.
So just to answer your question, I think perhaps Mr. Langley didn't understand your question. So the inflationary increases that are in the budget represent 3.8 of the 4.25%. Sorry, of the 5.25%. So 3.8 of the 5.25% is related directly to the other side. I would say to you, though, that there are items within that are not included in that, which is that $1.3 million, which, again, I would suggest to you that we're not going to stop funding the waterfront. We're not going to stop the fire master plan. Some of those items are still going to have to be in the mix. So it's not as easy as getting to 3.8% from 5.25%. And so that's the challenge that we'll have. But I think that's more of the, I think that's the question you were looking for in that perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to kind of figure out, the things that really are required. They're must. That's already 3.8. And under 3.8, we are affecting services. That's the bottom line. So whatever you guys are looking to propose today, we need some sort of direction for administration. Councillor Reno?
A number of times in the budget sessions over the last 8 years, we have asked administration to go back and find savings. And many times they've come back to us with 3 scenarios, or at least once it happened. But I remember a number of times that we've been given some scenarios. I would like to put a motion forward that we put this back to administration to bring back 3 scenarios. One scenario to get us below 5%. One that would show the service level cuts that would be necessary to get us down to 4%. Okay, just so that so we're transparent. I mean, I personally don't see any way of doing this and getting down to 4%, but that's just me. I would like to see 3 scenarios in front of us and brought back to the next viable meeting, which would be a month from now. Is that reasonable?
Again, I'm not sure I can speak to the motion. I know I can't speak to the motion.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. But in terms of, typically when we've done the options, it does tend to confuse the issue because it goes against what council's wishes are. Generally, what I've heard from council as part of the conversation thus far is that you would rather set a number and then let administration try to work to that number. What you're suggesting, and we have tried that once before, what you're suggesting then turns into council making decisions specifically on items within the budget, which is something that typically council would rather talk about a number as opposed to, I think it's the A, B, and D that need to be cut. So again, if council's willing to do that, we're more than willing to put the information together, but it will put you in that position to say, okay, now I have a laundry list of items to cut, and I would suggest to you that once we do that, we're likely going to get 7 different opinions as to what those things are. Again, traditionally, what has worked best for us cumulatively is that a target or a range of target is provided as direction to members of to administration, and then we'll work towards getting that back to you. Traditionally, that I can only tell you about what has worked in the past.
Okay. I will hold that thought for now. Councillor Burns wanted to speak.
Councillor Burns?
Thank you, Joel, and administration. And I guess with that said, then I would hope that you would bring back the best possible number rather than us trying to set a number now. And then with that number would be, this is where the money comes from, this is what we're delaying, if I understand what you're saying, Mr. Militia. And then at that point, we have to make a decision. But if I'm to tell you that get it to this level, then I don't know if I'm making the right decisions on what would be postponed. Because obviously to reduce this number, something will either come out of the stabilization fund, less to capital, or new hirees won't be hired initially day one, but may be deferred. So I don't want to make that decision for any department head. I think that's why we pay them, and that's why Dale is here to advise us. And then I think at that point, what the number is, we'll have to live with. And I think that's what I'm hearing from administration, and I'd be prepared to make a motion that we ask administration to review the budget and bring back a lower rate with all considerations to be dealt with without cutting services.
Did you make, was that a motion?
Yes.
Do I need to get a seconder before we can discuss it? Yes. I should. Can I get, do I have anyone who wants to second that motion before we discuss it? Sure. Did you want to? Yeah, if you could, please.
Okay. Administration to review the budget and bring back a lower rate with all considerations to be dealt with without cutting services.
Do I have someone who would like to, before we talk on the motion, to support that motion?
I'll support the motion.
You'll support? Okay, so we have a seconder. And Mr. Carrick, you want to speak to it? Your mic. Your mic?
Under the guise that we've all discussed under 5%. So I think that's fair. So if it comes back at 4.89% or 4.99%, can we do it that way? Would that make the motion applicable or more pliable? I'm just throwing it out there, like, because we've all discussed under 5%.
I think the goal for administration is to actually give them specific direction. We're still leaving it very open. And, I mean, I think we need a number or a range to give administration, because I don't think by just saying, come back with the best, well, they think they've presented the best, so. Councilor Regis-Pagnola?
Thank you, through you. So could we just do a range if I set a motion for administration to come back between,
It would have to be an amendment to the motion, but you can continue to speak first.
in a range of between 4.5 and 5% for tax increase?
I will withdraw my motion if the seconder agrees and support that.
You can amend the motion as well if you're for a friendly amendment to the motion. It's up to you, or if you would like to withdraw,
Maybe
that's fine.
clearer that way than the way I put it.
Okay,
I
so
think.
the withdrawal.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Motion's withdrawn. Okay. Councilor Regis-Pagnola, give her 1 second. Okay. Would you like to put your motion forward? Yes. Did you support that? The withdrawal? Okay. The withdrawal is starting fresh. Go ahead. So you can repeat your motion.
Thank you, through you. So can I set a motion for administration to come back with a bracket of 4.5 to 5%? So then council can discuss the increase approval. Good.
Do I have a seconder? Councilor Burns. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Mayor.
I think we've gone around more than enough, and I think our tires are stuck. I move that we vote on the motion, Your Worship.
Any other discussion on the motion? So we've sent administration back to come back on February 28th, present us with a budget that would fall between 4.5 and 5% with whatever items would be removed for us to then at that time decide what the final percentage increase will be for 2023. Everyone's understanding? Okay, so I'm going to call a vote, and all in favor? Everyone's in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay.
Thank you, members of council, for the direction. I just want to make it noted that this will be part of the February 28th council meeting, which means that it will be released as part of the agenda. Hopefully on the 17th, I believe, is the release date for the agenda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Do I have the dates right on that? So it will be released on that. We will do our best to turn it around that quickly. We may need a day and we may need to issue an addendum later on, but we will do our best to get it released as our normal council, our normal meeting or agenda release date. But we may need to go into the Monday if we need be. So just word of warning, because it is a quick turnaround for us on that perspective. So from that perspective, again, our goal is to get it out on the, whatever that Friday is, the 17th or 17th of February. Thank you.
Councilor Desjardins. Well, you can, we still have quorum, but you can also sign in on Zoom. No? Okay. Well, we have quorum, so, yep. Okay. Any other discussion on this All right, so we have a bylaw. We have a recommendation that the following bylaw be given a first, second, and third reading and finally passed, which was 8766, a bylaw to amend bylaw number 7852, being a bylaw to establish user fees or changes for services, activities, or the use of property. You're looking at me very
So is
confused.
that bylaw to approve the new budget then?
No, this was a bylaw to establish user fees or changes for service, which
I
is
apologize. Okay, that's fine.
in your bylaws there. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll have a motion, Councillor Renault, and support Councillor Desjardins. All in favor? I didn't try to sneak anything in. All right, so just the confirmatory bylaw, bylaw 8767 be given a first, second, and third reading and finally passed. Councillor Renault and Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Again, thank you guys very, very much. This is much earlier than I thought we'd be done today, but I think we were able to get to a number that is somewhat reasonable given our times that we're currently in. And so thank you so much for all your hard work for everybody and for being here today. You guys have a great afternoon.